Okay, I actually heard that. That's good. That is a step in the right direction. Hopefully everybody can hear me, uh, assuming there's even anybody in here. But anyway, it's time for more Higurashi. And as kind of alluded to in the title of the stream, a body count is going to be happening. So, let us begin. Oh yeah, end of chapter 9. Oh, hello, kitty. So yeah, it's gonna be a long... You gonna come up? You gonna come up? The body count is gonna be large. Continue. My relatives gathered at the Sonozaki house after the festival to have a little party. I mingled with my uncles and had fun. I was trying to get rid of my eerie memories of the ritual storehouse. Mion was acting as the successor, so I tried to stay away from her. I'm sure she would feel weird if I talked to her in a formal way. In consideration of the old hag's age, we ended the party around 11. We had all helped clean up, with the women washing the dishes in the kitchen, and the men folding the tables and putting them away in the storeroom. It's nice that the men actually helped around with the cleaning. It only took about 30 minutes, then everybody left, one after another. By then, Mion was no longer acting as the Sonozaki's successor and was back to being her normal self. Maybe I drank too much. I was lying on the tatami floor. Kasai asked me if I could get in the car, so I told him I'd barf if I got in now. Sis, can I spend the night here? I just want to sleep. Granny will get mad if she finds you. By the way, don't you have school tomorrow, Shion? No, tomorrow is our school's anniversary, so there's no class. How many times a year does your school have its anniversary? Oh well. Okay, Kasai-san. She can stay here tonight. Understood. Good night. Come on, Shion, wake up. Granny will get really mad if you fall asleep here. Here, hold on to me. You can sleep in my room. I was left alone all of a sudden. In this late night. My alter ego told me that if I'm in a demon's stomach, I wouldn't have woken up if I had heard that voice. I might not have woken up at all. Interesting. I didn't remember much after that. I was probably brought to Mion's room and immediately crawled into the futon. After a while, Mion got her futon ready next to me, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. At least, that's what I thought. I got up and turned on the lights. Mion's futon was empty. The futon felt cold. Mion must have left a little while ago. Did she go to the bathroom? No, the closest bathroom was right there down the hallway. The light in the bathroom was off. Where did she go? The ticking of the clock was loud and annoying in this quiet. The hands pointed to a little before 3 a.m. Mion? I was left alone all of a sudden, in this late night. I felt the eeriness of the ritual storehouse coming back to me, despite drinking it away with alcohol earlier. Clearly that helped, I say with sarcasm. I tried to sense my surroundings. In that house, there shouldn't be any eerie atmosphere. In this house, there shouldn't be any eerie atmosphere, strange noises, or footsteps. I stepped out into the freezing cold hallway to look for Mion. When I did, I immediately noticed the lights coming on from one of the nearby rooms. That room belonged to the hag. The hag went to sleep early and woke up early too. She was very strict about her bedtime. So it was strange to see her light on in the middle of the night. I could hear voices too. Those voices belonged to the hag and Meon. I creeped up to the room and listened to their conversation. Since it was the middle of the night, I could hear their words very clearly. But you know, those young ones went too far. Okay, hold on, ad break's gonna happen. I always get thrown off by the timer. Anyway, but you know, those young ones went too far. You're right. They made Oyashiro-sama angry, so I guess they got what they deserved. Mion's voice sounded as cold as the one I'd heard down in the torture room. I held my breath. Police say they are investigating, but are you sure? I guess. It's probably Takano-san. My heart almost stopped. Oh, here we go. Twenty more seconds. Two, one. Okay, we should be back now. Oyashiro-sama got angry. Police are investigating. It's probably Takano-san. And what day was it today? Those words told me something was happening. My teeth started to chatter. I desperately tried to stop them. I felt like my body was swelling up suddenly. I could no longer hear as well. Calm down. Breathe. Listen more carefully. According to Mion and the hag's conversation, another incident definitely took place. The victims were Takano-san and Tomitake-san. From what I could tell, both Mion and the hag thought it made sense that whatever it was happened to them. No. I needed to think more calmly. They did say they deserved it for making Oyashiro-sama angry. Did they say that Takano-san and Tomitake-san made Oyashiro-sama angry? How did they make Oyashiro-sama angry? They knew. Body started to shake. They knew we stuck into the ritual storehouse. And that would mean Keiichi and I were also subject to Oyashiro-sama's curse? Suddenly a phone rang. At 3 a.m. The phone was by the front door. The front door was opposite of the hag's room, farther down the hall. The ringing echoed throughout the long hallway. It sounded so eerie, almost like it was coming from hell. Again, who calls at 3 a.m? That was when I felt someone behind me. Of course there was nobody there when I turned around. But there was someone there a moment ago. Who is it behind me now? I didn't know if it was Satoshi-kun. I didn't sense any emotion, so I couldn't tell. I also didn't know how long it had been there. It's as if that somebody was watching me, listening in on our conversation. Watching me listen in on their conversation. That was the feeling I got. It couldn't be Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun would never be that intimidating or scary. My mind turned all red. Like it was... suffused with blood. Have you experienced anything like that? Those footsteps always followed me. They even came into my bedside and looked down at me. I remember what Ryugu had said on that rainy day. You'll be okay if that's true. Ayashiro-sama won't get mad at you. Ayashiro-sama wasn't angry. Nobody would follow me. So what did this mean? Hi, Liv! Good to see you! Ever since we snuck into the shrine storage, something had been following me. What was it? Calm down, calm down. That's right, Rena wasn't talking about me. She was talking about Satoshi-kun. That's what happened to Satoshi-kun. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I figured somebody would get that reference. I am so glad. Everything he's going through is a sign of Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's right. That's why he encountered the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Feels someone watching from a distance. Cause yeah, Shion's gonna go on a murder spree. In... probably not that far in the future. And it follows you. Yeah, big oof. A creepy feeling crawling up and spread across my back. Then it watches from right behind you. After that, you start hearing an extra footstep. Swallowed loudly. It was almost as though Ryugu was predicting what would happen to me. Had Rena been talking about Satoshi-kun back then? Or had she actually been talking about me? Considering this conversation was a year ago and Satoshi disappeared about a year ago, I'm pretty sure she was talking about Satoshi-kun. Then you start hearing it even inside your house after a while. Then Oyashiro-sama keeps watching you even when you're sleeping in the dark. Right by your side. Watching silently. I knew by now that there was no mistake. No matter how I looked at it. She had been talking about me. Okay, yep, point one for Shion is losing it. Yes, me. It had to be me. Curse of Oyashiro-sama. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? That was when I actually felt something for real. Someone grabbed my collar. No voice came out. I wanted to scream, but all I could do was open and close my mouth as if something was stuck in my throat. It was Mion, going, "What?" She looked even colder than how she looked in the underground torture room. It only made sense that she'd come out into the hallway to answer the phone. I tried to come up with an excuse. However, the way Mion looked at me was so cold. Even if I really had run into her by accident, I could tell by the look in her eyes that she wouldn't believe me. I felt a cold sweat all over my body. I couldn't even move my fingers. Sorry. I apologized. I could have said something to get myself out of the situation, but the apology came out first. But Mion didn't appear to hear me. She walked out right up to the front door, still holding my collar. The phone was still ringing. A normal person doesn't usually let the phone ring so long at this time of night, because it's 3 a.m., and I will never get over this fact. The phone call itself didn't seem real to me. Mion picked up the phone. This is Mion. I see. I understand. Please take care of things at your end. Also, please make sure that nobody talks about this. Yeah, a phone call at 3 a.m. and a hidden conversation. Yes. Goodbye. Mion put the phone down after a short conversation. Did she mean make sure nobody talks about this? Well, who would call anyway? At 3 a.m.? Anne put her forehead to mine and spoke to me. Did you hear? Which conversation was she talking about? Well, she had to be talking about the one with the hag. But if I said yes, what would happen to me? I don't... I don't know what you're talking about. Meon pulled my collar and pressed her nose to mine and continued to speak. Just what you heard. The curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon Tomitake and Takano-san. It's really very unfortunate. It was like I was talking to myself in a mirror. But what I was saying in the mirror was ever so cold. Sis. What is the curse of Oyashiro-sama? Tomitake-san killed himself by clawing out his— Yep, we're doing the throat clawing again. Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. So this is reminiscent of, the first arc. What happened to them in the first arc. Terrible, isn't it? Tomitake-san clawed at his own throat until he died? Yes, he did. What? Takano-san was burned to death in an oil drum? What? What? I felt something furry. Something furry, okay, crawl up my spine. It also felt like my stomach was turned upside down. I didn't feel any strength in my legs. Meon let go of my collar. I'd probably collapse on the spot. Why did they die that way? Don't you know, Shion? I'm asking you because I don't know. I don't know. Don't you see there can only be one reason? Please don't talk as if I already know the answer. What do you mean? My heart was pounding. I felt that my next breath would be so bloody and hot that I'd choke on it. At 3 a.m. Don't you know? It's because they made Oyashiro-sama angry. First year, it was the manager of the damn construction site. Second year, it was the traitors to the village. Third year, it was the pacifist. Fourth year, it was the relatives of the traitors. But I always thought the victims were people who had something to do with the dam conflict. Since I didn't do anything against the village during the dam conflict, I assumed I was safe. I should have known. I should have known everything would be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. I knew Oyashiro-sama's anger was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. How many times can I say Oyashiro-sama? I knew Oyashiro-sama would get angry if I snuck into the ritual storehouse. But since I wasn't held responsible anyway for the dam conflict, I never thought I would be the victim of the curse. Did I even think there would be an incident in the 5th year? Did I ever think that I'd be one of the victims of the 5th year incident? Tomitake-san snuck into the storehouse and he clawed at his own throat until he died. Kano-san was burned to death in an oil drum. It must be a lie. It couldn't be true. Even if it was forbidden, it was just a space for storing some old torture implements. How could they be killed for just sneaking in there? Especially in such gruesome ways. But I thought about it again and I realized that those people were absolutely capable of doing things like that. The main Sonozaki family was capable of it. The Sonozaki family had been pulling the strings behind the series of mysterious deaths. They could do it. Sonozaki family even kidnapped the grandson of the Minister of Construction during the Dan conflict. They could do it. Sonozaki family made Satoshi-kun disappear completely. They could do it. Shion leaned against me before falling onto the cold hallway floor. She collapsed rather violently. I usually didn't go to sleep with my stun gun. Since I was too drunk to get ready for bed, I still had it on me. I had my stun gun on me. Yeah, by the way, she has a stun gun? I finally understood. I didn't know who killed them exactly. Whose idea it was, or who ordered it. I didn't even know who was actually involved. But Meon and the hag knew everything. Satoshi-kun, now I finally know. Now I know what I need to do. I will settle the score for you, Satoshi-kun. I will avenge you, Satoshi-kun. I won't be killed like you, Satoshi-kun. I walked into the hag's room. She was sitting up to take some medicine. Her back was turned to me. And it begins! Mian and I are twins. If I acted like her, the hag wouldn't notice the difference. I didn't think she'd ever suspected me. I put my stun gun to her neck and pulled the trigger. I heard an indescribable electrical sound and the hag's lights went out. She fell in a twisted position. I didn't know how long it would take for a person to regain their freedom of movement after getting knocked out with a stun gun. You should probably look that up. So I had to restrain them before they woke back up. I was unbelievably calm. The key to the underground torture room was in the forbidden drawer that only the head of the family can access. Mian had told me about this once. I'd never looked in the drawer before, but I found exactly where I thought it would be. The key was on a keychain of several of its sisters. Each key had a little plaque that said what it was used for. How convenient. They were all in Mion's handwriting. Probably because she needed to remember what was what. She was an idiot for being so conscientious, but it sure helped me out. I put the keychain in my pocket and headed to the outdoor storeroom to find a cart. We're just gonna wheel the bodies into the underground torture chamber, it's fine! I found a large flashlight there as well. There was a strap on the flashlight, so I could put it on my shoulder. That way, I'd have both hands free to carry Mion and the hag. I loaded Mion and then our grandmother onto the cart and carried them down to the underground torture room. As we do. I was prepared to use the stun gun again if they woke up while I was working. But it was more powerful than I imagined, and the hag showed no signs of waking. This was the stun gun Kasai specially ordered for me when I told him I wanted a powerful one. Hi, Nero! Good to see you! Aw, thank you. I remembered him telling me that it was an illegally modified stun gun and I should never use it just for fun. Oh boy! I used my flashlight to find the light switch. I found it easily and turned it on. Click! All the lights went on in the basement. Although there was no illumination, it was very dim. I moved quickly so as to finish what I needed to do before they woke up. I decided to put me in the cell beyond the torture room. The lights in the torture room were so bright that it was like daylight. That's probably part of the reason why it's in the torture room. There was a door there. I was fairly certain that the cells were on the other side of that door. The proper key was here. The keys made a little tinkling sound. I felt the cold air coming through the gap in the door. There must be a huge opening on the other side. I opened the door and saw nothing but darkness. I felt along the wall for a light switch. Turned the switch on, and the light bulbs lit up, revealing a huge rocky cave. It didn't look like a natural cave. It looked more like an air raid shelter, which, I mean, it probably turned into one at some point. There were several hollow openings with bars across them. Those were the cells. I walked up to the closest cell and checked to see if it was strong enough to confine her. I pushed and pulled the bars. I rammed against them with all my weight and decided they were perfectly sturdy. This was secure enough to be called a cell. I opened the lock and carried Mion in. I wasn't particularly strong, just average. I never thought I was strong enough to carry a whole person. But now, I didn't need to pretend to be weak. I could easily lift and drag their bodies. You know, as you do. I put Mion in the cell. She seemed to moan a little. I didn't need to check to make sure the effect of my stun gun was wearing off. I closed the bars and turned the key to lock, and then I ran to the hag, who must have been starting to wake up too. Fortunately, there was no sign of her regaining consciousness. Maybe the difference in age had something to do with it. I looked for a table to restrain her on. I found a wheelchair with restraints for the hands and feet, and put the hag in it. Of course, she didn't resist, but her dead weight made it seem like she was a huge French doll, but one made of flesh. I put her hands on the armrest and restrained them at the wrists with the metal rings and hinges. I did the same with her feet. This must have been a wheelchair specially remodeled to restrain a person. Other than the restraints, it was a regular wheelchair. I waited for the hag to wake up. I had so many things I wanted to ask her. I didn't think she'd answer honestly, but I had plenty of tools to make her talk. I was in no rush. When the hag had a concern, relatives took care of the problem. That was how it worked in the Sonozaki family. She was the leader of the family, so all the information they gathered would make its way to her. She must know everything that happened in Hinamizawa, including the curse of Yashiro-sama. I heard a noise from the cell. Mion must have woken up before the hag did. Speaking of the hag, she didn't seem like she was about to wake up anytime soon, but she was restrained, so even if she did, I had no need to fear. I mean, you might have already killed her, ma'am. I left the hag there and headed for the cell. Shion, what do you think you're doing? She talked like the successor, but she also sounded frightened. She obviously understood that the situation she was in right now. Good morning, Mion. You never thought you'd be in there, huh? Uh-huh. As the acting head, I order you. Open this up. You don't sound very scary in there. You need to talk more like a leader, don't you think? Through talking. Though, talking that way will only make you look like a fool. Uh-huh. There was nothing funny about it, but I wanted to intimidate Mion. My laughter echoed throughout the cave. It was artificial and meaningless laughter. I heard it over and over as it echoed. It sounded as if I wasn't the only one laughing. I couldn't stand it, so I stopped. Silence filled the air. That silence almost hurt my ears, so I started to speak. I never thought Tomitake-san and Takano-san would be the victims. What an idea to burn Takano-san to death. But actually, she would be the kind of person who'd prefer to die that way. Put that statement in your back pocket. Because I'm not going to spoil anything, but, that's foreshadowing. Which is why it's really interesting to read these already knowing some of the twists. Maybe she'd be satisfied, huh? Hehehe. Mion didn't say anything, she just stared at me to see how I'd proceed. What about the way Tomitake-san died? He clawed out his own throat, right? Did they give him a shot of some kind? Maybe. Or is there a torture device that did that to him? Mion didn't reply. I was smiling boldly, but I became impatient and finally kicked at the bars. It made a violent noise. Mion jumped as if she'd been kicked directly. It's boring not getting any answers. Do you have any idea what'll happen if I get angry? How would I know? Mion finally replied. She was odious, but at the same time sounded pitiful. Hey, Mion? As his successor, why don't you tell me? Let's see. I had just too many things I wanted to talk to her about. I wanted to ask her about me, about the incident, about the curse, about Satoshi-kun. I didn't even know where to start. Before I asked her about those, I had to ask her one other thing. You know there's no point in trying to resist, don't you? And glared at me silently. Because we were twins, I knew that it was just a bluff. We've come this far, so there's no point in me hesitating anymore. You shouldn't expect hesitation, or even mercy from me, sis. Mion must have been feeling the cold sweat on her face. Although the light was dim, I could tell she was frightened. Okay, here I go. First, about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as the Curse of Yashiro-sama. What's the meaning of it? Is it to signify the end of the damn conflict? I think so. Mion sounded a little confused, but she answered. I felt satisfaction now that we were communicating. I continued with a smile. You think, huh? Don't you know the details? You know yourself that the successor is simply a messenger for Granny. Yeah, right. But the successor must know everything the current head is thinking, right? Do you really think I believe you're just a messenger? Although I'm always around Granny, I don't always know what she's thinking. It's not like I can understand her all the time. Okay, so you're saying that everything about the curse of Oyashiro-sama is decided by the hag herself, right? I assume she talked to the successor about it. When it's something dangerous, Granny decides it on her own. I don't have anything to do with it. But even if she decides by herself, the hag uses you to take care of various things, doesn't she? You're telling me you don't know anything? No. She doesn't use me for that. I really don't understand it myself. But it's like I take care of problems on the surface, and someone else takes care of problems on the underside. So yeah, Mion's the face, but not actually the hands. Who? Who's the one that takes care of these underside problems? I don't know. Haven't you seen anyone? Haven't you overheard a phone conversation? It must be someone who gets in touch with the hag at the same time every year, around the time the curse happens. I don't know. I really don't. Mion shook her head. Okay. Let me change the question. Why were Tomitake-san and Takano-san the victims even though they had nothing to do with the dam conflict? Was it because they snuck into the ritual storehouse? As soon as Mion heard the words ritual storehouse, her expression shifted. The ritual storehouse? Did they intrude on the storehouse at the Furude Shrine? Didn't you know? I thought you already knew. If they really did that, then it was truly stupid of them. Of course something would happen to them. Mion muttered bitterly while shaking her head repeatedly. Mion's reaction made me realize the true meaning of the forbidden storehouse for ritual implements. The ritual storehouse is a sacred building, so nobody can go inside. The curse will fall upon anyone who disobeys. Any child would know that rule. However, just because they knew about it didn't mean that they all believed in it. Although they were told they'd be cursed, most of the kids actually enjoyed hearing the stories. They simply didn't believe it was true. However, Mion's reaction told me it absolutely was. If they actually did that, of course something would happen to them. She was saying that if someone snuck into the ritual storehouse, that person should be killed. I mean, maybe not that far, but anyway. What you know and what I know aren't matching up anymore. Of course I'm aware I should just waltz into the storehouse, but to be killed in such a gruesome way for doing it? I never knew that, did you? That's just because you're ignorant about it, Shion. Well, sorry for being ignorant. Could you please explain it to me? Just like you said, the kids don't really believe in the curse. They assume it's just superstition, but they also know that if an adult found out, they'd be in big trouble. But to the elderly people of Hinamazawa, it's something more serious. Mion explained to me how the elderly blindly believe in Oyashiro-sama, and how sacred the festivals are to them. It's probably something the younger generations would never understand, but they're possessed by a very strong, deeply rooted devotion towards Oyashiro-sama. Mion then went on to tell me about how sinful it was to violate the rule of the ritual storehouse. I just couldn't believe things like that were still going on, even in the modern day. I couldn't even reply appropriately. But even if it was unbelievable, I couldn't ignore what I was hearing from my twin sister. I see. But Mion, doesn't that rule say one victim gets killed by the curse and another has to become a sacrifice? The body of the sacrifice is never to be found. But there are 2 dead bodies this time. What do you think of that? Mion doesn't know that besides Takano-san and Tomitake-san, Keiichi and I also snuck into the ritual storehouse. So I tried to lead her a little. I know. That doesn't make any sense. Maybe Takano-san's burned body wasn't supposed to be found. Maybe the intention was for her to vanish. Or, I'm not too sure, but... What? Just say what you're thinking, I won't get mad. Mion hesitated a little at first to try to... and then started to speak. Actually, 4 people snuck into the shrine storage. So maybe... Maybe what? Maybe the other 2 will become the sacrifices and get demoned away. Dun dun dun! Okay, ads are gonna start soon, so I'm gonna take a little sippy stretchy break. "30 more seconds. Okay, there we go. Mion's words were stuck in my head. If those 2 dead bodies were the results of the curse, then there should be 2 sacrifices to calm Yashiro-sama's anger. 4 of us snuck into the shrine storage together. It was a simple equation. Did that mean Keiichi and I were in danger? I got drunk, fell asleep, and decided to stay overnight. Was that because of the alcohol? Or did someone put a drug in my drink? It's not like me to get drunk and spend the night at the hag's house. I wanted to forget about what happened in that eerie storehouse, so I drank too much. But it really was strange for me to get that drunk. Maybe. It was a good thing that I woke up in the middle of the night. I could have been the one to wake up in a cell. Sometimes it's hard to recognize danger when you avoid it accidentally. Part of me wanted to just laugh at the idea, but another part felt frightened that I was so close to being in Mion's position. If my thinking was correct, I wonder how Keiichi Maebara was doing right now. Not well! If I'm remembering Arc 2 correctly, not well at all. I didn't see him in any of the cells. That didn't guarantee his safety. Mano-san and Tomitake-san had been executed. There was a possibility that Keiichi and I could already be dead. Or that Keiichi could already be dead. But just like what happened to Satoshi-kun, it might only happen after a few days. When the sun rose, I was going to pretend to be Mion and head to her school. I was going to check if Keiichi Maebara was safe. If he had already disappeared, the enemy would come after me next. I'd have to be a decoy for myself. But if he was still safe, I'd need to keep my eyes on him. I was sure the enemy would come after that scatterbrain. If I became Mion, Shion would disappear. The enemy would think Shion had already been demoned away and concentrate on Keiichi. Nothing happened to Keiichi. That would also be fine. Prove that nothing would happen to me either. The hag was still sleeping in the wheelchair. I was going to interrogate her, but actually I wasn't expecting to learn that much. The woman known as the Empress Sonozaki probably wouldn't say anything even if her fingers were cut off. Mion, her successor, was the complete opposite. She spoke readily, but didn't know too much about anything. Mion had said she was only a messenger, and that someone else was taking care of the problems on the underside. It was possible that Mion had grown to be a good liar, and that she tried to deceive me with a straight face. But at the same time, I could see the hag not letting Mion get involved in the underside of the village. If I was her, I wouldn't have used Mion for that either. Unlike me, Mion is a nice person. While there were only ones and zeros in the world, she believed there were numbers with decimal points. In other words, she could never be cruel. The hag thought the same way as I do. It was very possible. The one who took care of the problems on the underside, X, was the one who actually governed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The hag became concerned about something, X would deal with it, either directly or indirectly. Or maybe the hag and X would discuss the details first. But did X really exist? If he did, his place in the village hierarchy would be a lot more important than that of the successor. Unlike Mion, who was too nice. He was discreet, cruel, and cunning. Furthermore, he was extremely close to the hag. Someone would have a lot of contact with her just before it was time for the curse. Because of the way Tomitake-san died, it could be someone who regularly dealt with unusual drugs. He could be a member of a medical institution. The director of the Irie clinic. Perhaps. Irie? Well, I mean, his name is right on the clinic, and he still needs to go jump in that lake. In this isolated village, Irie was famous for opening such a beautiful clinic and for working so hard for the village's sake. The villagers liked him, liked his mature personality, and really respected him. Proussex stood out. There was nothing scarier than a doctor who's also a murderer. I mean, fair. There are plenty of examples in history of exactly that. If Irie was the person behind the curse, all the mysterious deaths could be explained. However, there was only one slim chance of Irie being X. The main reason being that the hag couldn't trust him. Like many of the elderly, the hag doesn't like young people. I knew she never trusted him because of his age. Furthermore, she had openly criticized his behavior among the relatives once. Although Irie was famous, he was an outsider after all. He wasn't born here. He tried to maintain a good relationship with the village's director of the clinic, but that was just on the surface. I couldn't even imagine the hag telling him about her worries about the village's underside. If she was as suspicious of the others as I was, then she'd gather trustworthy people to deal with that underside. The first person that came to mind were the leaders of the three families. Leaving Rika-chama out, the head of the Kimiyoshi family was a strong possibility. He was the only one who could advise the Empress Sonozaki. They were of similar age, and everyone knew that they were very close outside of the family councils. Furthermore, as the mayor, he often went to the Sonozaki house just before the Watanagashi to discuss festival preparations. Tripping over words. I could easily picture them talking privately. The one who executed the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The one who murdered Takano-san and Tomitake-san. The mastermind behind the series of mysterious deaths that had been going on for the past 5 years. Was he coming after me? Did he get to Satoshi-kun? When I thought about Satoshi-kun, I felt elevated. I was fearful of possibly being this year's victim until just a moment ago. I was scared that X was after me. But when I thought about it, I realized whoever it was this same person had gotten Satoshi-kun. I'd looked so hard, but I couldn't find him. I'd almost forgotten about this enemy. For better or worse, he was going to appear before me again. No matter how hard I tried, I couldn't find that enemy. But now he was trying to find me. That was it. I wasn't only being chased. I was chasing too. When I realized all of this, I was no longer afraid of dying to the 5th year's curse. It had become a game. I wasn't only being threatened. I was threatening too. Now was the time to settle the score for Satoshi-kun. Now was the time to awaken passions that had grown weak for over the past year. I could feel righteous indignation and courage flare up within me. The only emotion that can defeat fear is anger. When my anger completely took over my fear, I felt as if I was reborn. Oh no, here we go. Why don't you wake up, Empress of Hags? I kicked her wheelchair rather violently. But that didn't wake her up either. Are you just pretending to be asleep? I grabbed her hair and pulled her head up. But even then, the hag still stayed silent with a straight face. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you just plain killed her, Shion. Then I noticed something. I looked for an appropriate torture device. They were all large scale, none of them being particularly handy. That's when I saw the cigarette lighter on a cushion in the tatami room. One of the relatives must have left it there. I lit the lighter. A huge flame appeared. I turned the lighter off and went back to the hag with it. Can you see it? Can you see it? This is a cigarette lighter somebody left behind. Do you perceive this? I lit it in front of her eyes. I'm going to burn your nose now. You don't want that, do you? I wouldn't want it. So why don't you quit pretending to be asleep? There was still no response. I put the flames right under her nose without hesitation. The tip of the flame touched the tip of her nose. The flames must have burned her nose hair. It smelled terrible. I was already certain, but I continued anyway. Brought the flames closer to her eyes. Her eyelids didn't move one bit. Flames burned her eyelashes, making it smell awful again. Turned the lighter off and felt her throat and wrist. I didn't feel any warmth. I didn't feel any pulse either. Welp! Did she die from the stun gun? Da 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 da. There was no way she could pretend to be asleep while being burned. Even she could endure the pain. Anyone would reflexively move their eyelids if the flame came close to their eyes. But she didn't. I turned the sink water on and aimed the end of the hose at the hag's face. Water pressure wasn't too high, but by squeezing the tip of the hose I could make it squirt out. The water hit the hag in the face, but there was still no reaction. Okay, yeah, pretty sure you got a corpse. Shit. You got to be kidding me. She's dead. The one who was at the center of everything is dead now. Well, what you gotta do now? I knew she wouldn't talk, but I didn't expect her to end up dead. I never even thought of killing her. That's why illegal stun gun powers on old people is a bad idea. I walked around the room restlessly. I didn't feel guilty, but instead felt frustrated with what I'd done. Come on, I need to calm down. What do I need to be afraid of? Calm down and stay cool. Calm down, stay cool. I could feel my brain starting to calm down, and my emotions cooled down a bit. She was my true enemy. It was just that I killed her before confronting her about it. Sooner or later I would have killed her anyway. She wouldn't have said anything in the first place, so there wasn't really a reason why I should have let her live. I didn't realize up until now that that's why I got frustrated. My revenge for Satoshi-kun started with the unexpected death of my grandmother. It was such a strange feeling. It was like I was wearing sopping wet clothes. I replaced the feeling with anger. I couldn't forgive her. I couldn't forgive the hag for abusing the Hojo family, including Satoshi-kun, for so many years. She cornered him physically, psychologically, as well as physically. She didn't deserve an easy death from a stun gun. I picked up a whip that was hanging on the wall. The whip was designed to make it look like the person on the receiving end got seriously injured. I swung it up, and then down. The sound reminded me of when I was a child hitting things with a jump rope I pretended as it was a whip. Yeah, most kids did that if they were playing Indiana Jones. But unlike then, I made a purple mark on the hag's face. Reddish and black blood started oozing out. I swung it up and down again. This time the whip hit her in the head. Her hair flew into the air. I saw a bunch of her hair on the tip of the whip. At the end of the bunch of hair, there was a piece of her skin. Seemed like the whip had ripped off part of her scalp. Okay, we might get a little gruesome here. Fair warning. I continued to hit her with the whip. I didn't bother removing the hair beforehand. The tip of the whip was divided into many points, and each point having a fish hook of it on the end. Oof! Those hooks added to the speed of the whip not only scratched the victim, but tore at the skin as well. The hag's hair was all messed up and her face was getting bloody. Yeah, that would happen if you were doing that. She'd started to look like a real demon. I stopped the whipping. Not because my arm was tired, but because I couldn't stand the feeling of her hair on the tip touching me every time I swung the whip. That wants nothing to do with her. I threw the whip at the hag. Breathing heavily, I realized I was covered in her hair. I almost felt like 1,000 maggots crawling up on me. I brushed it off violently. Ha 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 ha. You deserve this. You fucking demon hag. I put my hands on my knees and exhaled roughly. It was then that I noticed it. I perked up and turned around. There it is. Person who's been watching me since I snuck into the shrine storage. I sensed this person sitting on the tatami room and enjoyed watching me torture my grandmother. An overwhelming emotion started to swallow me up. I tried desperately not to feel it. How long have you been there? You should have said something. It was just there. Just like Satoshi-kun, it was just there. It was extremely uncomfortable to have it just be there. I see. Rena told me. Are you Oyashiro-sama? I smiled boldly. And yet I could feel my body shivering. You can't fool me. Are you saying that you're Oyashiro-sama and the curse of Oyashiro-sama really does exist? Come on. Who would believe something like that? Huh? It was just my imagination. It couldn't be the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Curse couldn't be real. Everything was done by humans. They made everything look like it was a curse. Well, I don't care if you saw what I did. I won't charge you for it. But if you're thinking about interfering, I won't hold back, you know? No matter what I said, nothing happened. It was like I was trying to communicate with an insect. I felt like I was staring at a spider in the middle of its web, and the spider was staring back. I turned to the hag in the wheelchair. I couldn't leave her body here forever. I didn't need to make her death. No, if I didn't need to make her death known, then it should be quick. And best if the body doesn't exist. Not even in this secret underground torture room, which most people would probably check just in case. Ew. I exhaled and tried to calm myself down. Oh, I remember now. When I was a little girl, Kasai used to love making me feel scared. He'd often told me scary stories about various horrible things. I recalled a story about the secret torture room of the Sonozaki family. According to the story, there was a well in the torture room for dumping bodies in. Oh boy, we're gonna make use of that well. There was a pile of tortured corpses at the bottom of the well, and resentful moans. Oh no! Okay, are we back? Okay, it says we were successful. It says I have internet. Do not do this to me now. About halfway down the well, there was a different tunnel, a secret passage leading to the distant mountains. You'd been so good, internet. Why are you doing this to me now? That bit was from Meon's telling of the story. That was probably an amalgamation of tellings from different relatives. The room was supposed to be a huge secret, but everyone got loose lips at the chance to have fun scaring the young successor. Meon, do you remember one of our relatives talking about a hidden well a long time ago? There's supposed to be a hidden well somewhere in the underground torture room, and it's connected to a secret passage. Did you hear some noise earlier? That was me whipping the hag. Meon didn't reply, but I saw her bite her lip. Don't worry. I won't whip you. But if you don't cooperate, I might punish her some more. Next time I won't use a whip. Down at the end. Do you see the cell in the darkness? It's in there. Meon pointed weakly. I walked down to where her finger indicated. A light bulb up at the end of the cell, a lot smaller than the one Meon was in. It was very shallow, and it didn't even need to open the door to see how tiny it was. Of course there's no well in here. I became angry, assuming that she lied to me, but after considering it, I didn't actually think she would at this point. I opened the door and walked in. I noticed something immediately. There was an opening right in the middle of the cell. The opening was naturally disguised. The way the rocks and the shadows were positioned perfectly hid the well. The tip of the rock inside of the ceiling concealed the entrance. Unless you went in, you'd never notice. It was such a shallow cell, nobody would even think of going in. Besides, the bars allowed you to see inside well enough. The cell's not even a few meters deep, so it would only take a glance to see everything. Nobody would think of unlocking the door and walking in. But walking in was the only way anyone could find the well. Furthermore, there were many cells in this huge cave. You would think one of them would be hiding a secret well. The inside of the well was dark. I couldn't see anything. But every little noise I made produced echoes. I could tell it was a very deep well. Brought a flashlight from the torture room and shone it down the well. Almost looked more like a vertical tunnel. Obviously a man made one at that. There were wedges in the wall, like a ladder, and they looked like they were inviting me to descend. It's kind of ironic that the secret escape route from an underground torture room ended up being a well that takes you even further down. You had no way of knowing whether it would take you to freedom or to hell. Furthermore, there were the tortured bodies of past victims at the bottom. As you do. I would be able to go down this well without hesitation. Nobody in their right mind could go down this well to look for a secret tunnel, hearing the voices of the dead all the while. Have you ever gone down that well, Meon? I've never even wanted to. I feel the same way. Why would I want to go down there where they toss the victims of this torture room? I went back to the torture room and returned to the cave, pushing the wheelchair containing the hag. Meon screamed. Shion, are you going to push Granny down the well? No, I'm not. I'm just dumping her body. She's dead. Huh? Rest assured, I didn't torture her to death. It was probably the stun gun. Maybe her heart failed. I could just leave her body here, but I don't want it to rot, you know? How could you? Hey, do you want to take care of her even now that she's dead? Maybe you can use chopsticks to pick maggots off her body. Huh? Meon covered her ears and shook her head. Everything I said seemed to bother Meon. Her own life wasn't guaranteed at this point. Shion, why did you do this? Let's see. Why do you think? Nobody said anything for a while, but the silence was soon broken. Yeah. Satoshi? Is it revenge? I don't know if it was really revenge. Since it happened so quickly, I'm sure she died without even feeling a thing. Hey, Meon? Now that I think about it, I did have a reason to kill the hag. Do you know what it was? It wasn't just because she killed Satoshi-kun. It's because she lied. I slapped the hag's head. You said it too. You told me that if I ripped out my nails, she would forgive everyone. That's why I ripped out 3 of my nails. I did what you told me to, right? But she didn't keep her promise. She made Satoshi-kun disappear. Why? What was that for? I continued to slap the hag's head. Blah, 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 blah. Blood was all over my hand by then, and it felt gross. Well, I mean, you keep slapping a corpse. Maybe don't do that. I tried to wipe it off on her clothes, but then the hair got onto my hand. I ran to the sink to the torture room, because our sink is in a torture room, and washed my hands with a brush. When I was done, I went back to Mion's cell. After Satoshi-kun disappeared, you came over and told me. You said the relationship between me and Satoshi-kun was forgiven. You also said that the Sonozaki main house had nothing to do with Satoshi-kun's disappearance. Yeah, I did. You lied. Lied. How many okay. Lied. Okay, good. My shouts echoed through the cave. So, Uso da. I was breathing heavily. I felt like I had used up all the air in my lungs. I believe you didn't know anything. You weren't even sure that the hag actually trusted you. But I don't know if she forgave Satoshi-kun because of what I did. She wouldn't have told you the truth. The hag still didn't keep her promise. She said she'd forgive everyone, but she lied. She didn't forgive Satoshi-kun. Liar. Damn it. Give me back Satoshi-kun. I want him back. I want him. I kicked the hag's legs repeatedly. Each time I kicked the wheelchair, made a squeaky noise. I ran out of breath and kneeled down. Anne was still covering her ears and was now shaking. There were tears in her eyes. Sorry to scare you. Sorry about that. If you really don't know, I won't torment you. Don't worry. But if you were ever lying to me, well, you have to accept whatever comes your way. You know what I mean? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah. So, now that we're here, I can say something. Which you might have noticed when I was reading Arc 2. Yep, sting of payback. New tips. I was questioning whether Mion was actually Mion at certain points. Which this kinda confirms that pretty early on, Mion is actually Shion. So a lot of Mion's arc doesn't actually have to do with Mion at all. Because it's Shion pulling the strings. Mion is innocent in her own arc. As much as everybody gets a focus arc, Mion's story is actually part of Shion's story. Shion did nothing wrong. Alright, so 85 and 83. 83. I wasn't planning to kill the hag so quickly. I was going to kill her anyway, but it was too soon. People would normally assume the Sonozaki family operates as a hierarchy, but that's not the truth. It was actually more like a system of government. Several ministries stem from the main family, and each forms a hierarchy of its own. These ministries don't communicate with one another, but people who belong to any given ministry don't know what the other ministries are doing. That's the way the Sonozaki family's dealings are kept perfectly secret. Of course, the most important people in the family govern several ministries. They know, of course, that their own ministries, and they know little about the ministries that their relatives run. But none of them know everything. There are ministries that work in the open. There are ministries that work unseen. And there are some smaller ones that Oryu runs herself. Mion seems to know about most of them, but she doesn't necessarily know all of them. In fact, she doesn't know about the curse. Considering that fact, that the hag died before I could interrogate her, is a huge loss. Alright. Let's open up the next page, and then I'll let the ad break play. Blur. Thank you, Liv. Will do. While the ad plays, I'm gonna go refill my water. Assuming that it does. Oh, there it is. I get up for 1 second and my spot is stolen by my kitty cat. I don't think she would have been able to read the rest of the visual novel, though. I think it would have been a little bit awkward. Okay, let us continue. The head of the Kimiyoshi family was the one who called the main house most often after the 5th year's curse. My father called the second most. My parents were still high in the hierarchy, but the stir caused by my mother's disownment still hung over us, so we got treated as outcasts. So the fact that my father received so many calls proved how much the hag valued us despite the distance at which we were kept, demonstrating her own two-faced respect for both sides of the coin. My father seemed to be in charge of the intelligence bureau. He reported police information, gossip, and rumors going around the Yakuza business to the hag. He silences, stirs, and distorts that information at her request. By the way, my servant, Kasai, is an old family friend of my father's. That must be why Kasai knows many things. But I don't know if my father is involved in the curse's execution. My assumption is that although he's gathered information on the police investigation about the case, he wasn't involved in the execution itself. The fact that my father and the hag have had this close connection isn't widely known. People know that she uses his information network, but they don't know far beyond that. In the same way, it's possible that the curse execution team exists under the Hag's direct control. People just aren't aware of it. Alright, we're gonna save. Because we've still got, things need to happen. Close. Continue. I was having such a happy dream. Satoshi-kun was in the dream. He was leading his normal everyday life. He was back on the baseball team. Irie and I acted normally around him because we knew how mature people should act. We welcomed him back, as if he'd been here with us the whole time. Although he hits well in practice sessions, he still doesn't do well in a real game. Come on, Satoshi-kun. 3 strikes already? I'm cheering for you. Then Satoshi-kun pouted as he mumbled. I felt tears pouring down my face. Oh. Sniffle. Sniffle. Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun. Oh. The happy dream faded out with my sobs. The harder I tried to focus on it, the faster it faded. Soon it would be all gone. I could see the bright morning sun through a crack in the curtains. I was in Mion's room at the Sonozaki house. When did I come back? I was crouching in the corner of the room and crying. A dream is a dream. I wished I hadn't woken up. But one must wake up from a dream. We live in a world where there are no dreams, and that's why we always wake up. But I wasn't sure if I was the only one dreaming that dream. Because I felt like Satoshi-kun was right beside me. Satoshi-kun? Did you come back? There was no reply. That was the rule. If it was Satoshi-kun, I wish it'd smile at me just once. But Satoshi-kun's presence faded away, as if he was never there to begin with. I heard the phone ring by the front door. That's right. I was the only one in the house. I had to answer it. I got up to walk to the front door. I felt unsteady, so I put my hand on the wall to support myself. I hardly got any sleep. Yeah, with your amount of activities? It was like I had a bad cold. The phone continued to ring. I probably didn't have to answer it, actually. But I was still half asleep, and all I could think of was answering the phone. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Sorry to call you so early, it's Kimiyoshi. Is your grandmother still sleeping? It was Uncle Kimiyoshi. She is, yes. I guess she's still tired from yesterday. I think I'll let her sleep in. Yeah, you probably should. Mion-chan, you're going to school, right? Can I leave a message with you? Sure. What is it? Let's see. There will be an emergency meeting regarding the incident from yesterday. It'll be at the Shrine's Assembly Hall starting at 5 p.m. Did you get that? Yes. I'll give her the message. As soon as I put the phone down, it rang again. Hello, Sonozaki residence. Good morning, sorry to call you so early. This is Kasai. Is this Mion-san? Good morning. Kasai-san. Good morning. Is Shion-san still there? I wasn't panicked, but I hesitated. I could tell him no. I could play both Mion and Shion. Shion was washing her face just now. I'll get her for you. I decided to play two parts. I went back and forth down the hallway and picked up the phone again. Kasai? Morning. Good morning, Shion-san. Are you going to school today? Of course not. I feel miserable. I kind of expected that. By the way, how are you getting back to Okonomiya? I can have someone come and pick you up. I think I can get a ride from Uncle Kimiyoshi or somebody else. Don't worry, I'll figure something out. Your father told me to make sure you go to school often enough. I'd appreciate your cooperation. I'll go when I feel like it. By the way, Kasai, did you hear? What about? You know about the incident from last night? Yes, I have. How truly horrifying. All the past victims were war criminals from the dam conflict, right? But this year it's different. What do you think about that? I don't really know. Kasai wasn't the type to talk too much. If it was about something complicated, he usually responded like that. I mean, fair. Do you know why those two fell under the curse of Oyashiro-sama? No. I heard this last night. Supposedly, they snuck into the ritual storehouse during the festival. They used the metal wire or something to unlock the door. Kasai went silent for a while. I held my breath while waiting to see how he responded. I expected him to say that he couldn't believe those people were chosen as the victims for just sneaking into the storehouse. I expected him to say that it was just too unrealistic. I see. That was stupid of them. Huh? Since Tomitake-san was an outsider, I bet he didn't know. I went along with Kasai, but I felt disturbed on the inside. Kasai didn't wonder why breaking the ritual storehouse would justify their deaths. I'd known Kasai for a long time, which is why I knew there was a heavy meaning to what he said. By the way, Kasai? Actually, I did it too. Did you go in? Yeah. You went into the ritual storehouse. Shion-san. Yeah. Takano-san invited me. Takano-san, Tomitake-san, and I remember Keiichi, who just moved here recently, him and me. To make the four of us. I heard Kasai sighing heavily. Even though he didn't say a word, I could tell he was shocked. I'd never known him to act this way before. Shion-san, don't you remember what happened last year? How do you think you can take care of this? Last year, there was 3 nails, so maybe 5 this year? Sorry. I wasn't trying to make light of the situation. I knew I shouldn't have done it. I regret it at least a little. But is it really that horrible of a thing to do? You're related to the Sonosaki main family. Do you really think people would understand? But I've been living in Okonomiya all my life. Since the hag hated me, I've barely been to Hinamazawa. Besides, I was stuck at school. How would I know about any of that? I heard another sigh from Kasai. That sigh told me excuses would be useless. Shion-san, I am your ally. I want to support you as much as I can. But there are dangers even I can't protect you from. Which is fair. Besides, Sorry. Sis is here. I've gotta go. See ya. Click. I interrupted Kasai and hung up. I didn't want to hear it. I didn't want to hear Kasai reject me. He who had been my ally all my life. Shit. Damn it. I could hear the sound of the cicadas. The sound made me feel like I was being cooked on a huge frying pan, making a sizzling noise. I couldn't help feeling remorseful. Now I knew that sneaking into the ritual storehouse wasn't a laughing matter. But I really didn't know it at the time. Sure, the door was locked, so they didn't want anybody to go in. Then why did they change the lock? Because the one in charge of the big storehouse is a tiny child with tiny hands. What did they say? I think it was Rika-chama said the previous lock was too heavy for her, so she had it changed to that cheap lock. That was how Takano-san broke in. If the heavy lock was still there, it wouldn't have happened. Press X to doubt. I slapped my own forehead. Then I took a deep breath. I had to calm down. What was the point of fussing now? I'd already passed the point of no return. Like the Phantom of the Opera. There was no way There was no use in thinking otherwise. The hag was already dead. Even if she wasn't, she was now at the bottom of the well. Therefore, it was already past the point where I could just cut my fingers off as an apology. I felt so unstable.
Oh, well, at least you're acknowledging it.
I'd walk on the fence around swings at the park before, and if I was walking on it as if I was walking on a tightrope. It was fun because even if I fell, it was only at a very short distance. But it wouldn't have been fun if I was up really high. At that very moment, I was in fact already on a tightrope that was a lot higher than the fence at the park. As soon as I took a step, the rope behind me would vanish. I couldn't step back because there was nothing behind me. That was, in short, the current situation I found myself in. Just standing in one spot was all I could do. Even if I never took another step, I'd fall if I wasn't careful. If I forced myself to walk, the danger would only increase. But if I didn't move, I would fall eventually. Couldn't see what was ahead of me. There was no guarantees that I'd ever find firm ground.
Oh no, you are already spiraling.
But if I stopped, there was only one fate waiting for me. I have to move onward. If staying here guaranteed death, then I'd rather try to walk, even if I die as a result. Even if there was a dead end ahead of me, at least I tried my hardest. In general, I try to be optimistic. I could accept my fate not lasting particularly long, but I wouldn't go easily. I'd struggle as much as possible. I'd already killed the hag. For that, there could be no other punishment than death. I knew my life would end soon. In other words, I was actually already dead. A dead person has nothing to lose. That means I can only go on the offensive. Clenched my fists as tightly as I muttered. Even if I had to die, I couldn't die easily. This was my chance to avenge Satoshi-kun. Who did it, and for what purpose, and why? I was going to investigate. I was going to question. I was going to expose. Yes, I was going to settle the score. I'd carry out the plan I came up with yesterday. I could hide the hag's death somehow. And all I have to say is that she hadn't been feeling well since the Meakashi. I could do it all while pretending to be Meon. Just in case her friends at school became suspicious, maybe I'd start telling them I hadn't been feeling well either. In fact, I did feel groggy from my lack of sleep. When I became Meon, Shion would automatically disappear. I'd already told Kasai that I snuck into the shrine storage, so he would probably end up telling people that I was demoned away due to the curse of Oyashiro-sama. The last person I'd have to think about was the fourth one, who snuck into the ritual storehouse, Keiichi Maebara. Maybe I could use him as bait to lure out the enemy. Sorry, Kei-chan, you're going to be my bait. I felt a little bad since I was starting to like him. With all that figured out, let's go to school! I'd gone to school as Meon before, so I knew how things worked. It's almost time to leave the house. Mii-chan! You're late! You waited? You should have just gone on ahead. Hey, Meon. It's so weird to see him have a body. Your face is red. You're breathing heavily, too. Mii-chan, you're not feeling well? Rana put her hand on my forehead. Rana, your hand is pretty cold. Mii-chan, you're a little bit warm. Well, no comment from me, who is a human furnace. It's no big deal. Give me half the day and I'll be fit as a fiddle. Are you really okay? You don't have to push yourself, you know. What's this? Kei-chan, are you worried about me? That's nice of you. I always thought he was a goofball, so I was a little surprised. I thought that he would tease me a bit, but they didn't. I just think you shouldn't push yourself so hard. We can tell the teacher you had to take the day off. I'm fine. I took some medicine. I think it's already working. Okay, let's go. Don't overdo it, but of course there's the time. What? We need to run or we won't make it! This morning got pretty thrilling. Maybe it's just what I needed to shake off the sluggishness. Let's run. President, if you would. Everybody stand up. At attention. I'd made the same mistake before. I never learn, do I? You think Michan is doing okay? She doesn't look good. Oh, really? How unfortunate. It was a good idea to make them believe I was sick. Even if I did things differently from Mion, I had an excuse. Well, you know, girls have those days when they just don't feel well. I don't have those days. Nipa. Good for you, Rika. You don't want them. Because sometimes they suck. Mion's friends kept each other occupied and left me alone. Ichi Marabara. He might suddenly disappear one day. I couldn't let that happen. It would be like letting a fish take the bait and swim away while I was fast asleep, with the fishing pole in my hands. I couldn't miss the moment the enemy took the bite out of Keiichi. I had to be very careful. But it was impossible to keep my eye on him 24 hours a day. Spying on him at school like this wasn't good enough. Should I have met him with Shion and let her explain that he's in danger? Should I have him meet with Shion? Maybe we could set up a strategy together. I didn't think Keiichi realized how serious a crime it was to step into the ritual storehouse. I hadn't, after all. Since last year, all the incidents that related to the curse had probably been investigated in secret. People involved with the three families would know about the incident from last night, but Keiichi shouldn't know anything. If he knew where he stood now, he'd be more cautious too. That should make him aware of his surroundings, and maybe he would notice if anything odd took place. The teacher caught him sleeping, so she ordered him to go wash his face. He walked out into the hallway. I was sleepy too. I had to be alert, but I couldn't clear my mind due to lack of sleep. I decided to go home early. Since I'd been pretending to be sick since morning, my request was approved. As I exited the building, I saw Keiichi washing his face. I thought you'd be out here. Feels better outside, huh? Mion? No cutting classes now. Looked like it felt refreshing for him to wash his face with cold water. I washed my face too, but I didn't feel as good as it looked. Mion, how's your cold doing? You're sleepy because of that medicine, not from lack of sleep, yeah? Actually, this is a secret, but after the festival yesterday, I got wrapped up in a party that my relatives were having. Well, I had a bit... Gulp. I pretended to drink with an invisible glass. You're hungover? How old are you? Ichi exaggerated his reaction, but he still seemed worried. Okay, later. I'm going back. Be careful on your way home. Don't wobble in the sewer or a brook, got it? Keiichi turned around to go back to the classroom. Oh, one more thing, Kei-chan? I stopped Keiichi. He, in response, turned around. What's up? This may sound weird, but don't think too hard about it. Well, depends on what it is. Last night, near the end of the festival, did you see Tomitake-san and Takano-san anywhere? I noticed Keiichi's body tense up. His reaction proved that he felt guilty about sneaking into the ritual storehouse. And this is part of where he starts spiraling. He was frightened that Mion Sonozaki might know about it. Yes, this was enough to give him a certain impression of Mion Sonozaki. You know, Tomitake-san and Takano-san... You know Tomitake-san and Takano-san, don't you? You remember, Kei-chan, when the four of you were talking during the setup the day before? I could clearly see how dismayed Keiichi felt. He was trying to come up with an excuse. I can't remember. I might have seen them, or not. He was both a bad liar and a bad actor. Gonna take a sip. Thank you, Kaito! And yay, my thing's played! Hooray! Okay. And hopefully everybody heard that. I know I saw that, so we're good. Hooray! Thank you for the resub. Yay! Because, yeah, Marshy worked hard on those, and I'm happy that they are functioning like they should. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Yeah, I've been doing okay. I hope you're doing well too. Question mark. Yippee! Hooray! I'm glad I can actually hear things now. And hopefully everybody can hear them as well, because that was a heckin' time trying to figure out why things wouldn't play. Good. I hope you had a nice cat nap, because you are a nice cat. He wasn't really that intelligent at all. Hooray! Well, that would make him the suitable friend for me on. He was just a brat, unlike Satoshi-kun. Yeah, now, please stop idolizing the boy you like in your head. This is not good for you. Although, when it came to lying and acting, Satoshi-kun was at about the same level. Maybe Keiichi should be credited for at least trying to tell a lie. Satoshi-kun wouldn't have even said a thing. I didn't need to be thinking about him right now. I see. Then, one more question. On the same night, did you see Shion? This was a very mean question. Keiichi was perplexed, as I expected. Didn't you ask me that yesterday? I think I told you I wasn't sure if I had or not. I'd asked him about that yesterday. He must have meant that Mion Sonozaki asked him that question. In other words, she asked him after he left the storehouse and got together with his friends. Damn you, Mion. When I asked her about it, she said she had no idea. We went to the ritual storehouse. Shit. Did you? I guess I just thought I'd get a different answer if I asked you again. Why are you so intent on knowing if I did or not? He was getting defensive. Keiichi couldn't hide his panic as he flared up at me. It's not important. It's just that there are some people who are speaking poorly of Tomitake-san and Takano-san, Shion, and you, Kei-chan. I didn't really hear what they were saying, though. Keiichi was really perplexed now. This wasn't fun at all, but it could still be an interesting game. I don't believe you were doing something bad. I just wanted to ask a bit about it, so I did. Sorry for making you uncomfortable, okay? I made sure Keiichi felt a sense of crisis, and then left. Oh, he is gonna feel the crisis. Nobody can tell us apart. We're Mion and Shion, perfectly twins. Notebook, page 186. This is fine. When I returned to the Sonozaki house, I saw a woman with an apron on. It was a housekeeper. Her name was Shimiko-san. The hag had a few housekeepers who took care of the chores around the house. Ah, Mion-chan, I'm glad you're here. Hey, Shimiko-san, can I help you? Today, it was her turn to come and help at the house. She'd arrived, but the gates were locked, and she couldn't get in. She'd called, but there was no one to answer, and she had just been standing there not knowing what to do. Something must have happened to Granny at the festival. She's been in an evil mood ever since last night. I see. Shimiko-san tried to remember if she had done something wrong. She isn't ignoring you, she's just sleeping. She was up until very late, so I bet she can't wake up yet. You know how she is, right? When she gets into this mood, it takes her a long time for her to be happy again. Yes, that's too bad. I think it might be better if you don't show up for a while. Even if you don't mean to upset Granny. Granny might take it the wrong way. Just let me take care of it. I see. Are you sure? I'm very grateful, though. Sorry to make you do this, but could you let the other housekeepers know that they don't need to come for a while either? Hint, hint. When Granny feels better, I'll give you a call. So let's just leave her alone for a while now. Shimiko-san bowed and left on her bicycle. Anyone who experienced Granny's wrath would understand. I headed into Mion's room and set her alarm clock for 2 p.m. and crawled into her bed. I needed to recover quickly. I had to be sharp, calm, and cool-headed. School should be out by 2 p.m. My ad should be starting any second now. Maybe I'd get in touch with Keiichi. I'd have to call him. Would also be a staff meeting at the Furude Shrine Assembly Hall in the evening. All the leaders of the 3 families and their relatives and the town council members would gather at this meeting. Well, there it is. Hope everybody's doing well as we wait for the ad break to finish. 1 minute left. Probably after I'm done with this chapter, I'll take a small break and caffeinate myself. $40 more seconds. Ten more seconds. Okay. Should be back now. Yes, caffeine. Oh, I see that now. That was covered up by the ad break. Thank you, Kaito. They were all authority figures in Hinamazawa. I'd be attending in place of a hag who was sick. I'd worry about the rest when I got there. People shouldn't notice that Mion and the hag were missing for a long time. I didn't need to worry, as I had plenty of time. I checked the alarm once more, then fell asleep as if someone had switched me off. Hello? Ah, this is Sonozaki. Well, the younger one. Hello. Do you have time to talk right now? Shion? I thought you'd be sleeping today with a hangover, same as Mion. What? My sis had a hangover? That's so like her. Keiichi had no idea that the Mion he saw earlier was actually me. He didn't notice when we talked in person, so there was no way he would notice on the phone. I never knew about playing 2 roles would be so much fun. I felt such enjoyment in this game of life or death, maybe I was getting used to the situation. Or maybe my senses had gone numb. Whoops, sorry. My parents are waiting for an important call, so I can't talk for too long. What do you need? There's something I wanted to talk about. If we can't talk long, I guess that's that. Then how about we meet in person? If you could show me where the library is, too, that would be great. You mean the public library near the station? Yeah, that's fine. I go past there on my way to work anyway. We decided to meet in Okonomiya. It wasn't easy to get here from It wasn't easy to get there from Hinamazawa, but I had to hurry. I couldn't run into Keiichi as he was heading there himself. I recalled that the key to the hag's motorcycle was in her secret drawer. You know, as you do. The hag usually got driven around for public events, but when she had her own errands, she rode her motorcycle. You know, she has one, I guess. Keiichi, I assumed, was going to ride his bicycle. I'd try to get to Okonomiya before he did. Keiichi arrived quite a bit later than me. Motorcycles are faster, after all. There was hardly any traffic lights to worry about on the way either. Wow, Mion never keeps her appointments. I mean, honestly. Making my sister as the standard for everything will get you in trouble. Hmm? You're a little unsteady. You were drinking last night too, weren't you? Don't try to hide it. You definitely went home from school early. Oh, too bad. I've been at home all day from the beginning. I'm smarter than my sister after all. Hey now, I don't think you can call playing hooky smarter. You should finish your errands first. We don't have that much time. We're going to the library, right? Yeah, thanks. My mom has to return some books by today. Is the library far? No, it's right nearby. I meant it when I said we didn't have much time. I had to hurry a little. I was just going to talk with him on the phone, but ended up coming all the way to Okonomiya. And after our talk, Keiichi slowly headed back to Hinamazawa on his bicycle. I'd have to rush back while making sure I didn't run into him. Otherwise, I couldn't make it in time for the meeting. Maybe I could be a little late, but since I needed to hear everything they were going to discuss, I didn't want to be. This was Shishibone's public library. It was sizable, filled with a collection of moldy, smelly books. Rude. But they did have air conditioning, and it was quiet. It was the perfect place for when you wanted to be alone. After Satoshi-kun disappeared last year, I came here a lot to think about various things. This was where I first met Takano-san. I didn't want her to run into her with Keiichi in tow. Then I remembered that she was already dead. The first floor in the building was occupied by the government offices. The library itself was on the second floor, so we had to walk up a huge staircase to get there. There was no elevator? I tasted cool air on my skin as soon as I walked through the automated door. Unlike the outside, it was very quiet here. The room temperature were both comfortable and suitable for books. I could smell the scent of old pages. All the libraries smelled the same. Keiichi walked up to the return table after he said so. Because it was a weekday, there was hardly anyone around. It was really very quiet. I was going to chat about some ordinary things, and then move on to the main subject. After Keiichi returned the books, I invited him to the inner section of the library. Keiichi knew Mion well, but he didn't know me at all. He showed interest in our life story. This was exactly where Takano told me about the true history of Hinamazawa a year ago. I was about to tell Keiichi things that were very similar to that. Did God have a sense of irony? Now that you mention it, that toy store looked like it was managed by relatives as well. Does that mean they operate Angel Mort too? I told him the reason why the Sonozaki family was so powerful in this area. I assumed that since Keiichi came from the city, there was a good chance he couldn't even begin to understand how one old family could literally control an entire area. Unless I explained it to him how powerful the Sonozaki family was, he wouldn't be able to understand what kind of danger was barreling towards him. The family is particularly strong in finance and real estate. Even a lot of members of the Chamber of Commerce and Industry have their last name Sonozaki, or are their relatives. There are Sonozakis in the city council and prefectural assembly too, since they have the Okonomiya area giving them strong electoral support. Wait a minute. This is all escalating pretty quickly. Your relatives operate shops in downtown Okonomiya, and they're especially strong in finance and real estate? On top of that, a lot of people in the Chamber of Commerce and Industry are relatives, and there are even some elected officials? Ichi countered with his fingers. He was quite surprised to hear all about the Sonozaki family. Seemed he was flexible enough to accept even something that sounded outrageous to him. He was starting to understand things, although slowly. The way he viewed Shion Sonozaki was changing little by little. That should be enough background information. Now I could get to explain about Mion Sonozaki, the successor. Then I'd change the subject like Takano-san did with me. I'd go on and talk about the curse of Yajiro-sama and the series of mysterious deaths. So then, the Sonozaki family, it's pretty famous in this area. Yep. Oh, hi, Oishi! How'd you get over there? Crazy, isn't it? A fat man with a cigarette suddenly cut into our conversation, very rudely. Oishi? Why is he here? Hello. Good afternoon. Are you on a date today? What I wouldn't give to be young again. If you thought I was on a date, then why are you bothering us? Oishi-san. What timing? It couldn't be a coincidence. I knew this man too well. He was crafty, sly, and clever. His presence here just seemed to be a coincidence. Or can't just be a coincidence. Did he see us somewhere in town and follow us? I mean, maybe. But why? Did he need something from me, Keiichi, or perhaps both of us? From what I could guess, I didn't think it was me that he wanted something from. It was almost like he was trying to keep Keiichi away from me. Oishi was aware that I gave false testimony to protect Satoshi-kun last year. Maybe he didn't think he could talk to Keiichi if I was around. Why did Oishi need to talk to Keiichi? Must be about the incident from yesterday. I'm sure there were plenty of plainclothes officers at the festival, so they'd have to have seen someone who was last with the victims. That is an interesting sentence. In other words, Keiichi and me. But Oishi knew that I was hard to deal with. That's why he was focusing on Keiichi at present. Why did he have to show up at a time like this? Mayabara-san, right? You're one tough guy. Two-timing the Sonozaki sisters, are you? No, I'm not two-timing any. Poor boy. Keiichi looked at me, hoping for assistance. He blushed. The way he panicked reminded me of Satoshi-kun. That aside, this wasn't going well. Oishi might even start talking about my relationship with Satoshi-kun. I didn't want him to, nor did I want Keiichi to have any preoccupations. Oishi took a quick glance at me. His eyes told me something. He was purposely talking about things I'd rather not talk about. He was basically telling me to leave, or he'd continue on to something that was worse than what they were currently talking about. He didn't use words, but his eyes clearly communicated that anyway. Damn that big fat weasel. I'm sorry, Kei-chan. I really do need to get at my job. Huh? Oh, you do? I realized that I wouldn't achieve anything like this even if I stayed longer, so I used my part-time job as an excuse to leave. Oh, she looked at me and grinned. Damn it. You won today, but I'll win next time. Wait, didn't you hear something didn't you have something to talk about today? Shion? Yep, I'll see you later. Oh, I'll give you a call after I'm done. It'll be okay to call at night, right? Yeah, probably okay. Then I'll talk to you later tonight. Bye! The hag's motorcycle had become my primary means of transportation. My next stop was meeting at the Furude Shrine Assembly Hall. It was easy to imagine how a normal meeting would play out if it were celebrating the end of the Watnagashi, but today's staff meeting was likely going to be as strained as the Sonozaki family councils. Yes, the staff meeting was going to deal with the heart of Hinamizawa. I couldn't let my guard down even for a moment. I rested for a while at the house, then left for the meeting. I walked up the long stairs to the Furude Shrine. At the top, I saw some elderly men smoking in front of the hall. Since they had a minor fire a long time ago, it had been made a non-smoking area. Is that Mion-chan? The head of the Kimiyoshi family, Uncle Kimiyoshi, noticed me and waved. He must not have expected for Mion to come alone. Normally, it would have been either the hag by herself or Mion tagging along as an assistant. Granny's been in a terrible mood since the incident last night. She's been staying in bed and won't even let me get near her. They all understood how troublesome she was when she was in a bad mood. They smiled bitterly in sympathy. So you're here as the Sonozaki representative, then? Has Oryu told you anything? Sort of. What does he mean, has Oryu-san told you anything? That line by itself didn't really explain much. Staff meeting was usually led by the mayor and the head of the Kimiyoshi family. And then he'd asked me, as the substitute for the Sonozaki family head, if I'd actually heard anything from her. Then I realized he was supposed to lead today's staff meeting. Uncle, no, Kimiyoshi-san, do I really have to lead the meeting today? According to the ranking order of the family councils, any substitute for the Sonozaki family head is above the Kimiyoshi family head. In other words, I'd have to leave today's meeting! There was no way I could do that! Don't worry, I'll do it. You can just take a seat, Mion-chan. If there's something you've heard from Oryu-san, just let us know, okay? Kimiyoshi-san, why don't we get started? Everybody's here now. The smokers put out their cigarettes and went back into the hall. The tables were set up in a horseshoe shape, and I was told to sit next to the chair reserved for the chief. The seat opposite of mine was empty. Considering its location, it was probably for the Furude family head, Rika Furude. But somebody had said earlier that everybody was already here. Either Rika-chama hadn't called an absent, or the empty seat was just a formality. Knowing the subject of this meeting, I don't think that the Furude family head would even want to attend. Even if Rika-chama actually attended, she wouldn't be able to say anything. All she'd usually do at the Sonozaki family councils was draw pictures on a notepad. She would probably end up drawing pictures in this meeting too. Besides, they probably didn't want her to hear anything unpleasant, because, she is still a small child! In the way, the empty Furude seat was basically explained. When everyone was seated, the head of the Women's Association served tea. She gave me an evil look, trying to tell me to help out. I got up, so I did. After that, everyone fell quiet, and the secretary stood up. Everyone, thank you for coming today in such short notice despite your busy schedules. Let's start with a few words from the mayor. Go ahead, please. Please excuse me for staying seated. Yen-chan, you stay seated too. Thank you all for coming today. Also, you all did a great job at the Meakashi yesterday. The festival was a great success as usual. There weren't any mishaps, save for the dead bodies. Lots of villagers came, and I believe it was great, on the whole. Let's see, how many people was it? According to the Imperial General Headquarters report, approximately 5,000 people showed up. Ah ha ha ha. Everyone laughed except me. I hope we'll continue to work together to carry on this tradition. I appreciate your cooperation. Clap, 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 clap. Oh no! Are we reconnecting? Are we reconnecting? Okay, it says we reconnected, so... An applause with only 8 people doesn't sound so great. Okay, let's move on to today's proceeding. Kimiyoshi-san will lead the meeting today. Please applaud if you approve. Clap, clap, clap. Thank you. Then, with your approval, Mayor Kimiyoshi will take over. Please go ahead. Thank you, Ken-chan. Let's start now. Sorry, could you close the curtains? Everybody closed the curtains nearest to them. The sun was still up, but all the curtains closed and the room became very dark. The village chief explained the details of the incident as well as what went on with the police. A police vehicle discovered Tomitake-san's body on the way back to Okonomiya last night. Oishi's special curse unit was standing by, expecting something to happen for the 5th time, so they responded quickly. Since Tomitake-san and Takano-san were rarely apart, Oishi got in touch with the neighboring prefectural police department and asked them to look for her. As a result, they found the burned body of a woman in the mountains in the Gifu prefecture, and the body was identified as Mio Takano. Considering the circumstances, the police ended up labeling the incident as the 5th in the ongoing series of mysterious deaths. When he finished, there was a dead silence. I watched to see who would speak first. Nobody said a thing. Then I noticed Kimiyoshi-san looking at me. This was where the head of the Sonozaki family would speak. Mion-chan, has Oryu said anything about this whole thing? Everybody looked in my direction. I was sure they could see the hag in me. I'm Mion Sonozaki, acting as the head of the Sonozaki family. I'm here in place of Oryu, the current head. Thank you for having me. I became Mion. I tried to become as cold and unfeeling as the Mion I had witnessed a year ago. That cold version of Mion was inside of me. That was me. I was her. Unfortunately, the curse of Oyashiro-sama has come to pass for the 5th time. This is deeply regretful. Everybody was held captive by my words. I wasn't a little girl anymore. The hag was speaking through my mouth. They all heard me and trembled in fear. Does anyone know why the curse happened again this year? After my question, everybody whispered to each other. I will tell you. It was because they broke the rule of the ritual storehouse and desecrated the sacred ground within. How dare they? A few elderly men got up and yelled. The fools! I can't believe this! They deserve to be killed. Oyashiro-sama, please calm your anger. Oh my, how did this happen? Oyashiro-sama, this is why we hate outsiders. They just don't think. They're just too stupid. They got what they deserved, which was their own fault. Yeah, technically all of them who went in the storehouse were technically outsiders to the town. The angry men yelled as they trembled in fear. Their sudden change scared me more than a little. Even Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was usually so gentle and sweet, became like a demon of war, cursing those who broke the rules of the ritual storehouse. It had become a raging ocean inside the assembly hall. Their yells spun about like a whirlpool. They roared, crashed, and howled. Even while doing nothing but watch, I could feel myself turning pale. Mion threatened me yesterday, and Kasai had been shocked this morning. What I saw before me was similar to that. Even the sweet and gentle Uncle Kimiyoshi was saying they deserved to die. I was fearful of the sudden change in these elderly men. More than anything, the fact that they had all believed these people deserved to die for trespassing is what terrified me. It wasn't just that, of course. The real thing I was scared of was that I was one of the people they wanted dead. In other words, it was almost like they were telling me to die, of course. If they were to find out that I snuck into the ritual storehouse, it was very possible that they would strangle me on the spot. Actually, they might not kill me that easily. By then, I was certain. The people in this room were true believers of Oyashiro-sama, just like the hag. They wouldn't hesitate to murder whoever made Oyashiro-sama angry on his behalf. Even if they didn't carry out the killing themselves, they would pretend they didn't see a thing. Yes, not even if my head was cut off right in front of them. Everyone here would act in collusion and say they never attended today, and if they all testified that they waited and I didn't show, I'd be demoned away. It would be far too easy for them to erase someone and have them disappear. There was no mistake. The people linking the hag and the curse were definitely here at this meeting. I continued speaking. I was Mion Sonozaki. I was on the side responsible for the curse. Therefore, at the moment, I didn't need to worry about anything. Nobody could tell the difference between Mion and me. That's what would keep me safe. Please, be silent. Hey, quiet down. Uncle Kimiyoshi helped me to quiet everyone, but his tone was violent. He really scared me. Everybody gradually became silent. In fact, it was poor people who snuck into the storehouse. 2 more remain. People once more became restless upon hearing that Uncle Kimiyoshi yelled at them again, and they settled down. Tomitaka-san and Takano-san were old enough to be made responsible for their own poor judgment. As a result, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon them immediately, but the other 2 were simply children. The curse has yet to fall upon them. But there will be some kind of punishment. Everybody stayed quiet that time. They'd all turned genuinely pale, trying not to miss a word I said. After all, they were thinking that the kids I mentioned could be one of their own relatives, even grandchildren. They waited to know who they were, to put their minds at ease. The other 2 who snuck into the ritual storehouse were Shion Sonozaki and Keiichi Maebara. I could feel the air getting drier. It was so dry it almost felt like it was going to start making a crackling noise. Shion Sonozaki has already. I couldn't even hear the old people breathe. I took a peek at Uncle Kimiyoshi, who was sitting next to me. He'd adored Shion, as if she was his own granddaughter, but she had been demoned away. I wanted to see how distressed and sad he'd look. And when I saw his face, I felt a sensation on my back, as if my skin were making a crackling noise. He didn't even have an expression on his face.
Shion people grieve differently.
Uncle Kimiyoshi adored me. I loved him and I thought he loved me too. That's why I expected him to be saddened about learning that I met such a cruel fate. What was I thinking? The memory of his warm smile shattered inside me.
Shion people grieve differently.
There was no way of describing the fear I experienced in that moment. In mere words, he had suddenly changed into someone I didn't even recognize. Queen Kimiyoshi noticed me and looked at me looking at him, and spoke. What about Keiichi Maebara? Not yet. I had taken a deep breath to regain my composure. All 4 who snuck into the ritual storehouse will suffer the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Hi, Koki! Yes, it's working! What are you doing today? Hi, Ghost! Thank you for the follow. I'll double check who that actually is in a second.
I am so glad that all my alerts seem to be working as intended.
Relic Sakosa, thank you so much for the follow. Hugs for you too, Koki.
Aww. Cool. Bit loud, that's okay. Hopefully I can fix it later in post, but considering I've had no sound for like 3 streams, hooray! Okay, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Will be for the curse of Oyashiro-sama, Keiichi Maebara will be no exception. So, if you're new here, chilling looks. Here, let me actually... Oh, go to the menu real quick. Ah, okay. We're still getting the background noise. I'm in the middle of reading Higurashi Arc 5. I'm in the middle of Chapter 10. So, spoilers for one of the answer arcs. I'm doing pretty good. I've read through almost 2 chapters at this point. So let's save real quick, just to see where we are. Yeah, so we're gonna get, lots of, if anybody's read or seen Arc 2 of either the visual novel or the anime, this is one of the answer arcs for that particular, thing. So, spoilers, if you've never seen or heard of Higurashi before. But what I do is I read through the visual novel. I hope you enjoy. Of course there's an ad break in like a minute. Anyway, chilling looks, cruel looks, emotionless looks. Shrewd looks, and the looks of people who are about to snap. I could feel the demons chewing my words while they stared at me with their sharp eyes. I could see some of them sticking their snake-like tongues in and out. I could see flames in some of their eyes. They were memorizing the names of the intruder the curse had yet to fall upon. Oh no, Keiichi! And so the meeting went on. We were told not to tell the police too much, to report what they asked us, and to hold another meeting whenever something of significance happened. If something unexpected took place, we were going to get in touch with either the head of the Kimiyoshi family or the head of the Sonozaki family for instructions on what to do. With those closing remarks, the meeting was over. It was already getting dark outside. Being in a valley surrounded by mountains, once the sun went down in Hamazawa, it got dark quickly. Even if it was hot during the day, it would cool down quickly at night. And my ad break should be starting any second now. The elderly people said goodbye to each other and left on their bicycles, on their motorcycles, or in their cars. Uncle Kimiyoshi waved them goodbye and started to head home himself. I called out to him. Kimiyoshi-san, do you have plans after this? I called him Kimiyoshi-san instead of Uncle Kimiyoshi. Oh, there it is. I'm gonna just do a little peeking around real quick. Cool. Let's see, is the ad still going? I can't tell. Because I accidentally put down the clicker. Oh well. I'll take a sip. Alright, let's see. He stopped. No, I don't have anything planned. Can you stop by my house? Does Oiryu-san want to see me? Yes? She wants to talk to you about something in person. Okay, I'll stop by. Uncle Kimiyoshi arrived at the Sonozaki house. He often came to the house to have secret meetings with the hag, so he wasn't suspicious at all. I invited Uncle Kimiyoshi into the living room. Served him a cup of tea and told him I was going to fetch the hag. I left the room and killed some time down in the hallway. Granny will be here after she gets dressed. She might take a little while. Oh, that's okay. I'll just wait. Uncle Kimiyoshi relaxed as he sipped his cup of tea. I sat next to him. I think she wants to talk to you about Shion. I mentioned my name and watched for his reaction. Uncle Kimiyoshi looked so grim. I couldn't even tell if he heard me. I decided to continue speaking until he reacted in some way. You remember the incident from last year with Shion, yes? She became friendly with people in the Hojo family. She was forgiven after ripping out her nails, wasn't she? Yes, 3 nails. Uncle Kimiyoshi folded his arms and thought for a while. Where is Shion-chan now? In the basement. How is she doing? Uncle Kimiyoshi sounded worried. When I heard that, I felt relieved that Uncle Kimiyoshi was on my side. His anger at the assembly hall was just an act. She's been crying. Shion-chan, tell me, what is Oiryu-san going to do with Shion-chan? She hasn't told me any details. As you know, Granny becomes awfully quiet when she's truly furious. Going to the ritual storehouse, huh? Furthermore, it was her own granddaughter. That's a tough decision to make. Uncle Kimiyoshi thought the hag must have been unsure of what to do with Shion. What do you think? What do you think will happen to Shion? Well, I'm sure it'll be far more than just 3 nails this time. Knowing how Oryu is, she said she wouldn't hold back because it's her granddaughter. Actually, she might be even more harsh, especially because they're related. Yes, she did go to the ritual storehouse. Not something that can be forgiven so easily. Indeed. It's sacred, after all. But in a way, maybe it's not fair to Shion. She's been away from Hinamazawa, you know. I'm sure she knew she wasn't supposed to trespass in the ritual storehouse, but maybe she didn't know how forbidden it was. Yeah, that's true. Poor Shion-chan. Other than the tattoo on my back. How would you tell the difference between Shion and me? There isn't one. There's no point in distinguishing between Mion and Shion in the first place. Twins are proof of bad luck. One should be eliminated as soon as they are born. Unless you subscribe to my theory of baby Shion threw up on grandma. Such is the family precept. The hag actually had put her hands around my neck after I came out of the womb. That's how the story went, at least. Like I said, and then I'm assuming she threw up on grandma or something, and it was like, this child has enough will to live! In the end, the hag didn't kill me, but instead pretended I didn't exist. She forced herself to call one of us Mion, and the other Shion. She adored Mion, and hated Shion. My sister and I never understood why we had to go through that. Didn't care who was Mion or Shion. So one day, we came up with an idea. We decided to share the joy Mion experienced and the sadness Shion experienced. We often switched places. We were both Mion, and at the same time, we were both Shion. Adults around us tried to put different clothes on us or style our hair differently so that they could tell us apart. That was nonsense. No matter what they did to us, all we had to do was switch places, and nobody could tell us apart. Finally, they decided that we switched places because we were always together. On that day, Shion got to go to an amusement park. Since then, we've been separated. Mion-chan, I can't even imagine what will happen to Shion. Whatever it is Granny decides to do, I'm not in a position to say anything about it. She doesn't listen to her relatives. You're right. That's something Audio-san needs to work on. If Shion wasn't Shion Sonozaki, she would have been dead a long time ago. I can't even begin to imagine what kind of punishment might be equal to death. Even if she isn't killed, she'll probably never see the light of day again. In other words, she'll be demoned away. Mion-chan, doesn't Shion regret what she has done? Yes? In response, Uncle Kimiyoshi tapped my shoulder and slapped on his own chest. He smiled reliably. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad at what she's done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. Really? I'm sure Oryu-san will be furious to hear me say anything, but I won't give up. I'll explain it to her that Shion-chan regrets what she's done, and I'll beg for her forgiveness. Tears began to fall from my eyes. I knew it. Uncle Kimiyoshi was my ally after all. Said he would forgive Shion. He was my ally. I was so very happy. Are you sure? Are you sure she won't be demoned away like Satoshi Hojo was last year? Uncle Kimiyoshi smiled reliably again and told me. He was a brat of the Hojo family. This is Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family we were talking about. Of course she'll be forgiven. Huh? A brat of the Hojo family. Are you talking about Satoshi-kun? Last year's victim. Those Hojo people. They were traitors who tried to sell out the whole village. Of course he got demoned away. He was a Hojo after all. Huh? 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 The Hojo people should all be cursed. Only people like them get demoned away. Shion-chan will be okay. It won't happen to someone like her. Uncle, didn't Shion take care of that for Satoshi-kun last year? Wasn't he supposed to be forgiven? Take care of that? What do you mean? Remember? 3 nails? She removed 3 of her nails? Kasai-san? Uncle Yoshiro? And then Satoshi-kun? 3 people? She removed 3 nails for 3 people. So that was why it was 3 nails, huh? Huh? What? Wasn't that the significance of those 3 nails? Yeah, you're right. There were 3 people involved, hence the 3 nails. I heard that too. But what? Kasai-san, Yoshiro-san, and Shion-chan. That makes 3. What? Big what? What? Huh? What? Oh, we broke her! I endured excruciating pain. The first one was my left pinky. Then the ring finger. And then the middle finger. People held me down so I couldn't move. But I endured. I had to endure 3 nails. I didn't know which nail was for Satoshi-kun. If my middle finger was for Satoshi-kun, I'd have to endure until the middle finger was done, so that Satoshi-kun could be forgiven. That was why I endured. Even Mion said afterwards. Everything was forgiven. Huh? Mion, didn't you say that Satoshi-kun was forgiven? Didn't you? That was what I heard. I think that's what I heard. Or did I? Huh? What? I felt the air move. There shouldn't have been a breeze in that room, but I felt it anyway. The cool air stroked the back of my neck. That was when my true self stood right before me and nodded. Although there was no wind, my hair billowed. The burning wickedness burned deep inside my eyes, became visible. Why do you think Satoshi Hojo-kun got spirited away, or demoned away? Satoshi-kun's parents did in fact try to sell out the village. They deserved the curse of Oyashiro-sama. But Satoshi-kun was simply their son. What has he done? Mion-chan? I'm asking you what kind of crime Satoshi-kun committed. You said earlier that he deserved to be demoned away because he was born of the Hojo family. What has he done to deserve being demoned away? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say at the sudden question. He seemed dismayed. I didn't hear her say it, but I know. It was Oryu Sonosaki's decision. She decided that the curse of Oyashiro-sama would fall upon all of the Hojos. Wait, Mion-chan? That's not true. Didn't she decide that? No, she didn't. The curse of Oyashiro-sama falling upon the Hojo family. I do remember talking about something like that, but we never decided that. Nobody did. Then why did you say, because he was one of the Hojos earlier? Sorry, Mion-chan. That was, I shouldn't have said that. I'm sorry. That was just it. Anything that happens to the Hojo family is the curse. As long as somebody has the Hojo name, nobody cares about what happens to that person. The idea that it has spread like a virus among the villagers, which we'll get to your own biases about that in a little bit. Doesn't matter if Satoshi-kun did anything or not, because he was a Hojo, he was filthy. Yeah, let's talk about your treatment of Satoko that's going to be happening probably in a chapter or so. Then cry to me about it. That infection of an idea was the entire problem. And you all believed in that idea? You couldn't even think straight anymore? I can't forgive you. I can't let someone like you exist. People like you cornered Satoshi-kun and his family. Poor Satoshi-kun. What has he done? He hasn't done anything. He was just a Hojo, that's all. What kind of a crime is that? Why did the curse fall upon him? What kind of crime has he committed? Miyoshi's upper body bent backwards and fell onto the floor. That was that. I put my stun gun back in my pocket. How to murder old people by Shion Sonozaki. Use an illegally obtained stun gun, which is too powerful for normal use. Sorry, Shion. What was that you just said? Apparently Takano-san and Tomitake-san died last night. Takano-san was found burned to death. Tomitake-san was, well, it looked like a suicide. I found out this morning. I heard my father talking to a relative on the phone about it. As I thought, Keiichi didn't know anything about what happened after the festival last night. Of course it's not getting reported on by the media. That's how it was in the past, too. Keiichi insisted that unless he heard about it on the news, it couldn't be real. But the investigations into the series of mysterious deaths are done in secret now. Of course he didn't hear about it on the news. I hear the mayor and several important politicians from the Sonozaki family put all the pressure they could on the police. Then you mean their deaths are going to be dealt with in total secrecy? That's how it is. Of course the police are still investigating. That's being performed in secret too. So I hear the investigation itself is very restricted as to what can and can't be done. You could essentially say they are interfering with the police investigation. I can't believe this. People died and yet they're dealing with everything in secret? If I were to break it down further, it means that no matter who dies on the night of the Watnagashi, it won't go public. That's the biggest pile of bullshit I've ever heard. Kei-chan, remember how I said before that the villagers could sense ones carrying out the Oyashiro-sama's curse? Could be the ones carrying out Oyashiro-sama's curse. That's what I mean. At some point, the tradition was created here in Hinamizawa, where every year you're allowed to kill someone on the night of the Watnagashi. Yes, that's the truth about the series of mysterious deaths in Hinamizawa, also known as Oyashiro-sama's curse. On the day of the Watnagashi, 2 people will be killed. Perpetrators are using the curse of Oyashiro-sama as an excuse to kill one victim and make another disappear. That's why the curse of Oyashiro-sama takes place. That's what happens in Hinamizawa, and that's what happens with the curse. What Kimiyoshi said was all true. Infecting anyone with the idea of the enemy from the dam conflict deserved to die was the root of all this. That was the system of vague commands used in the Sonozaki family created by its head, Oryu. One thing that must be mentioned about that command system is that the person giving the orders and the one executing them didn't need to interact in any way. Though Oryu was the commander, she never gave any actual orders. She only expected something to happen. Every single one of the family council members around her would want to satisfy that expectation if given the chance. They didn't have to be proactively satisfying about. Didn't have to be proactive about satisfying it. They could be passive too. But when the chances arose, anyone who knew Oryu's intentions could potentially become the one to execute her orders. Therefore, Oryu would never know who actually executed her order, and none of the relatives knew it either. But they all knew things would conclude just as Oryu wanted, and they could assume it was one of their own who did it for her. This passive support system was thoroughly effective and it spread all over the village. Its ties became even tighter after the dam conflict. Anyone could be one of the ones to execute Oryu's orders. Therefore, everyone supported each other. If someone did something, then the others would try to satisfy Oryu's expectations in a different way. For example, they'd come up with a false evidence or otherwise passively interfere with an investigation. Even if they didn't know exactly who they were protecting, they'd still work together to protect whoever it was. Yes, I finally figured out how it all worked. Supposedly, because that's not the true answer! Phrased in a more organized manner, it would go as follows. The system of killing 2 people who are unwanted by the village each year required 3 elements. The first element was Region of Solidarity. It was created during a long and unique history of Hinamizawa. The villagers' bond became even tighter during the dam conflict. That was one condition for this place to have a curse. There was an element that was already in the region, not one that could be created. The next element was having the same moral standards. This was a very important element, as the curse wouldn't have happened without it. Also, the element created by Oryu Sonozaki herself was that she could claim that this system was established by her own will. Having the same moral standards means that everybody everywhere acknowledges the same enemy. Even when everyone in the village joined together, it would be meaningless if they didn't know exactly who the enemy was. During the dam conflict, Oryu Sonozaki made the identity of the enemy very clear to everyone. They couldn't just say that they were against the dam construction and that the government was their enemy. That wasn't clear enough. The government didn't really pinpoint who the enemy was. But Oryu made enemies out of the construction site itself, and therefore its manager. She chose targets that the village could see with their own eyes. That was clear and easy to understand. The villagers acknowledged that everyone at the dam construction site was their enemy, and that construction site manager was the enemy commander. Using the same method, she labeled one after another the enemy of the village, practically cataloging a list of enemies to print onto the village's minds. Earlier, I had used the term infecting for this phenomenon. Those infected by the idea of its people unconsciously giving the orders to commit murder. When the infection spread across the village, when all of Hinamizawa's residents acknowledged the same enemy, that's when Hinamizawa itself became a murderer. Oh, now we're going with the whole dang island. Okay, or not island, but, community. Audio combined those two elements, a solitary region, and having the same moral standards. Then selected the enemy and spread that notion throughout the village. The law would normally have punished both the one who committed the crime and the one who gave the order. But Audio's system didn't require an order at all. Audio had to just become concerned about the enemy she had pre-selected. But that alone wouldn't cause the curse to take place. Audio's concern was like a safety device, that even when the safety device was off, the curse wouldn't occur unless there was a finger to pull the trigger. The last necessity element was to set a date for execution, the night of the Watnagashi. The night to venerate Oyashiru-sama, the guardian deity of Hinamizawa. On that night, the curse of Oyashiru-sama falls upon two enemies of the village, and they disappear. Everyone in the village acknowledged that as fact. In other words, if the same incident took place on any other of the 364 nights of the year, it would be nothing more than a murder case. But if it happened on the night of the Watnagashi, it was transformed into the curse of Oyashiru-sama. The idea of the villagers are allowed to kill their enemies in one night of the Watnagashi had infected them. The villagers were in the cells of a huge creature called Hinamizawa, and each cell would target the enemy would be taught who the enemy was. That was a sentence I could not read for some reason. The set date was basically a green light for whoever was in the best position to kill the enemy. That was the truth of the curse of Oyashiro-sama. Therefore, the one who actually killed Satoshi-kun isn't my enemy. The one who set up this murder system and the one who named Satoshi-kun's family as the enemy is my enemy. To use a broader definition, Hinamizawa itself and the very system of Oyashiro-sama's curse is my enemy. I already killed the hag, the one who designed the system. Kimiyoshi, the one whose job it was to infect the villagers, and the system was already in my hands. I just had to find out who else was involved, and how much. It was like pulling a weed, and being very careful not to break the roots. I announced that Keiichi Marabara was one of the people who snuck into the shrine storage. I was certain that the fact had already spread throughout the underside of the village. In other words, Keiichi Marabara was the object of the curse of Oyashiro-sama now. The Kano-san and Tomitake-san were found dead, having been killed in gruesome ways. That was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. In that case, they could demon away 2 more people as sacrifices to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. They set a date for the curse. The set date for the curse was already over. But just like it happened to Satoshi-kun, demoning away was allowed a little extra time. Something would happen to Keiichi Marabara within a few days. I'd wait patiently, careful not to let my enemies simply take Keiichi Marabara, my bait. Keiichi had been yelling on the other end of the phone for some time. He kept yelling that he didn't want to go into the ritual storehouse to begin with. He claimed he was simply invited by Takano-san and me. He shouldn't be in danger because of that, he said. He was feeling a sense of crisis and tension. This was going to work. Yeah, he's having a whole mental breakdown, and she's just like, this is fine. But then again, she's already had that. The livelier the bait, the easier it is to spot. What the hell? Why the hell did you do that? I didn't have anything to do with this. What will you do? What are you going to do, damn it? How are you going to take responsibility for this? Huh? Hey, are you Shut up, I've heard enough of your pitiful tears. I hung up the phone. There was no point in talking to him when he got like that. Besides, I'd already achieved my goal, which was to make him realize the danger awaiting him. I took a deep breath and called the house of the village chief. Hello? Kimiyoshi residence. This is Sonozaki. So? Did you find the mayor? Oh, it's you, Mion-chan. We've been calling everyone, but no luck. We can't find him. I don't know who else to call. I wonder where he is. We've called a few places too, but nothing. I talked to Granny and she said she would have the youth group look for him. At this time of day? Besides, we aren't even really sure if he's really missing. It's right after the Watanagashi. She just thinks we should be cautious. If the youth group can't find him, then we should call the police first thing in the morning. We'd rather not get the police involved unless we really have to, though. Did Oryu-san say that? Yes. If you don't believe me, I'll go get her on the phone. Oh, no. I understand. Okay, we'll gather the youth group and look for him. If they can't find him, we'll call the police in the morning. Please call the leader of the youth group, then. I'll be right over at Granny's place. Thank you. I'll get everybody together right away. Okay. See you later. The youth group had gathered at the Furude Shrine and they were going to try and find the mayor. I also had to go in the absence of the hag. Just to be mean, I stopped by the underground torture room and let the mayor know that I was headed to the Furude Shrine to search for him. Incidentally, according to the tab on the keychain, the underground torture room was actually called the Underground Storehouse for ritual implements. This was the man who was yelling that whoever trespassed on the ritual storehouse should be killed. Although it was an underground ritual storehouse, he was there now, atoning for what he had done. It was pretty ironic. Maybe I was the only one who felt that way, though. How are you doing, Uncle Kimiyoshi? Click. Kimiyoshi didn't say a word, but he made a noise with the chain. Everyone's making such a fuss because they can't find you. Your family called me, so I suggested they gather the youth group to look for you. I'm heading over there now. Was this mean or what? Kimiyoshi could only make noises with the chain. He couldn't even express any emotion other than anguish. Is the chain too short? Why don't I make it longer every time you give me an answer to a question? If it's even a little longer, you'll feel better. Oh. Yumiyoshi's hands were tied behind his back with a tight wire. He was wearing a leather collar with a chain which was strapped tightly around his neck, too. The collar's chain was on a pulley attached to the ceiling, with the chain pulling him upward towards it. The chain was very short and pulled very tight. Yumioshi had to stand on his tiptoes to be able to breathe. He had been like that for almost an hour already. He was already exhausted. If I had left him overnight, he'd probably end up hanging himself. Oof! You told me earlier that you didn't know, but I'll ask you one more time. Please tell me anything you know about Satoshi Hojo-kun. Oh, sorry. You can't even talk, can you? I'll loosen the chain for a little while we chat. I turned the pulley and turned to loosen the chain that was pulling on Kimiyoshi's neck. Kimiyoshi's heels finally touched the ground, relieving the pressure on his muscles. I really don't know, Shion-chan. I really don't. Don't you even know if he's dead or alive? I really don't know anything. Well, I guess that's how the curse system of Hinamizawa works. It's possible we really don't know anything. Okay, then I'll change the question. As the head of the Kimiyoshi family, I would like you to tell me what you think has happened to Satoshi-kun. Is Satoshi-kun dead? Or alive? Kimiyoshi didn't know what to say. If he said he didn't know, I'd tighten the chain and leave the room. That would be like a death sentence for him. But all I said was I wanted him to speak as the head of the Kimiyoshi family. I didn't ask him to tell the truth. But he didn't know what to say to avoid souring my mood and get me to loosen the chains around him. He was obviously trying to figure out how to make me extend the chain. I've heard a rumor that he may be alive. Ah, about him going to Tokyo on a bullet train, right? Police have seen him in Tokyo or something like that. Oishi had told me that Satoshi-kun had been witnessed getting on a bullet train heading to Tokyo at the Nagoya station. But the police didn't know if that really happened, or what had become of Satoshi-kun after that. Therefore, this was simply a random assertment of Kimiyoshi's. Hey, head of the Kimiyoshi family? What would be the point of letting one of the cursed family members live, after going through the trouble of making him disappear? I don't think there's any reason for that. Besides, who gave you this information? I was in close contact with Oishi for a while, but he never mentioned it to me. Uncle, if you're just saying that to make me happy, it's not going to work. You know that, don't you? I reached for the pulley controlling the chains around Kimiyoshi, and that act alone sent him panicking as he feared for the tightening once more. Sorry. I'm not trying to make you angry, Shion-chan. I'm sorry. I don't have time for this. I'm simply asking you to help me look for Satoshi-kun, that's all. I know that. I'll answer you. I took my hand off the pulley. Seeing that Kimiyoshi began making a loud groaning noise, as if trying to show he was thinking hard. Be frank with me. Do you think he's still alive? Or dead? I think you shouldn't think he's alive. That figures. There was no point in letting him live, right? Okay. Pause. For a second. Oh, actually, wait, I can change my sound alerts in here. Oh, yeah, whoa, they're on full volume. Let's, bring that down a bit. I think I was just so happy that they actually started playing again. It's like, oh, I forgot that they were on full blast. There we go. That's probably better. Okay. That figures. There's no point in letting him live, right? I agree with you. I really didn't mean anything too deep by it, but what I said truly scared Kimiyoshi. The police think he ran using the money he saved to buy Satoka's birthday present because he was the main suspect of his aunt's murder, which he totally did, by the way. What do you think about that? Well, I heard that the culprit was some kind of drug addict. What do you think about that? Maybe I shouldn't have said this, but I believe Satoshi-kun is the culprit. The drug addict was probably a decoy the hag arranged. I've suspected as much. That guy appeared out of nowhere. I didn't understand it at the time. So he was a decoy? I'm pretty sure. Why do you think that, though? The police were investigating the case and Satoshi-kun was the primary suspect, wasn't he? If he was going to be demoned away, she didn't want the police to continue the investigation, I guess. What Kimiyoshi just said was very interesting. He was perfectly correct. The police continued their if the police continued their investigation, it would complicate things for whoever demoned away Satoshi-kun. Therefore, the hag came up with a decoy in order to bring an end to the investigation. But fabricating the suspect can't be that easy, don't you agree? The only person who can do things like that is Oryu-san. I knew the hag was very powerful on the underside of Hinamazawa, but I never knew she was that powerful. I'm sure you've heard quite a few rumors during the dam conflict. Didn't you also hear things directly? During the dam protest, I actually saw them issuing orders to my relatives. Like, destroy their heavy machinery, or can we set up a checkpoint to blockade the construction vehicles? They set free their comrades from police by coming up with alibis, destroying or forging evidence. I'd seen relatives do those things, as well as the hag calling in counselors to the house to protest. As a child, I was pretty impressed. But when I thought back, it was more than that. She was truly the mastermind who controlled the underside of the world. You've heard about the kidnapping case of the grandson of the Minister of Construction, right? Which also actually happened. So it really was a kidnapping, huh? I heard that the grandson was demoned away and then found in the middle of the mountains in Takatsudo or Yagochi. That was at Oryu-san's command. The minister promised to stop the dam construction, and the grandson was released. All the top people in the ex-Guardians know that. I guess I was right in the middle of it when it was happening, but I didn't notice. The hag, the three families, the ex-Guardians are truly magnificent, huh? How terrifying. Miyoshi finally realized the situation he was in, and he was answering my questions. That made me happy. But the more Miyoshi told me the truth, the more I realized Satoshi-kun really was dead. That made me very sad. Who actually demoned away Satoshi-kun? I don't know. We were never asked. We were never to ask who actually executed Oryu-san's orders. Too many O's. He was right. That was how the system worked. And so, that was a bad question. Whoever it was did a great job. Because his body hasn't been found. That's not easy. Putting aside who actually killed him, is it possible that Oryu-san has helped to get rid of the body? You know about the well further down from here, the one used to dump bodies, don't you? Yeah, I do. It's a lot safer to dump a body in the well than to bury it somewhere in the mountains. Whoever disappears becomes a sacrifice to calm the anger of Oyashiro-sama. That was the rule of this game. Therefore, the bodies must never be discovered. That was why the bodies had to be dumped somewhere nobody could find them. It's very possible that the well was used for that. Then, Satoshi-kun is at the bottom of that well? I grabbed a flashlight and headed to the huge cave with all the cells. As I turned out the light in the cave, Mia noticed me and gave me a worried look. I ignored her and headed to the cell in the back. I was still very impressed by how well it was hidden. It was almost artistic. I shone the flashlight at the bottom of the well. I had no way of knowing how deep the well was. The light was flashing wasn't strong enough to reach the bottom. I inhaled. Then I screamed into the well. Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun! Satoshi-kun's name echoed again and again. It was obviously a very deep well. I thought of climbing down and using the wedge in the wall, but with the flashlight hanging from my neck, I couldn't light my footing properly. And even if there was enough lighting, I didn't know if the wedges were sturdy enough. Probably not. It would be like committing suicide. Satoshi-kun was at the bottom of this well. That's when I felt it. A warm hand rubbed my head. For sure. Shion, you finally found me. Satoshi-kun, Satoshi-kun, Satoshi-kun! I've been looking for you for so long. I'm sorry I couldn't find you while you were still alive. I'm sorry. It's not your fault, Shion. There was nothing you could have done before I was killed. But you did everything you could do after I was dead. Satoshi-kun, I want to join you. I'm coming right now. I'm going to jump, so please catch me. Oh, no. Otherwise, we wouldn't get the other half of the story. Ignore this. Satoshi-kun smiled bitterly. I was saddened to see him reject me. Shion, I'm happy that you found me. But you are alive, Shion. It's important to be alive. You can't waste it. If you weren't here, I don't want to live. I want to be with you, Satoshi-kun. I want to be close to you. I want you to rub my head again. I want you to spend time with you. I'll be a good girl. I want to be with you. Live. Do I have to? Live and enjoy your life, okay? What's so fun about living alone? You'll find out. So long as you're alive. To live. I will live. I will live. The eerie well felt warm now. I wasn't allowed to go down there to the bottom. But the edge of this well was the place where you and I could meet. Mion? Satoshi-kun? I found him. He's at the bottom of the well, isn't he? I think so. I can't think of anywhere else he'd be. Mion started to sob. You went there when Satoshi-kun was killed, were you? No. If you were there, would you have begged the hag to forgive him? Yes. I would have begged for her to let him live. Liar. Eh? You liar! On that day a year ago, I had just recalled how cruel Mion was then, when she forced me to rip out my nails, acting in her role as the successor. Even if she was there when Satoshi-kun was killed, she wouldn't have stopped being the successor. Satoshi-kun was brought to the torture room. When he saw Mion, I'm sure he thought she would save him. She is projecting again? Even as he heard the family had reached out for his death sentence, I'm sure he looked at Mion and believed that she would save him. He believed that Mion was acting that way only because she was with her relatives. Believed she would help him, but she didn't do anything. He was strapped to the restraining device, and yet she still wouldn't do anything. She knows nothing about what actually happened. She's just... her imagination is running wild. Mion was cruel. Mion, isn't it about time to help me? I see. I get it. You're with the rest of the family members, so you can't even show a hint of compassion. That sucks. Help him! Help him! Why? Why didn't you help him? You saw him looking at you begging to help him, didn't you? Why didn't you help him? Even though he was going through a rough time because of his awful aunt, you didn't help him. Pretended to sympathize, but you didn't help him. Yeah, now she's sounding like Keiichi did when Satoko was struggling. You ignored him. He was cornered because you didn't help him. I tried. I tried to support him. Even when you didn't protect him from killing his aunt, I did. I sacrificed myself to fight for him. 3 nails were nothing, and yet you can't let go of it. It wasn't enough to rescue Satoshi-kun. I couldn't help him. Do you know why? Because I was Shion then. As Shion, I kept away from Hinamizawa, and nobody told me anything. I couldn't know anything. But you were different. You were Mion. You were right in the middle of everything, and you knew everything, and everyone told you everything. If I were you, I could have helped Satoshi-kun. I would have. But you were Mion. Give it back, Mion. The name isn't just yours. It's mine too. Besides, it was mine to begin with, remember? And we hit the big twist. So, the way it works is Mion and Shion, as they have alluded to, switched places all the time. They were switched when Mion got tattooed. Or rather, it was Shion who got tattooed, so Shion had to pretend to be Mion because she had the tattoo. So the person that we know as Shion is more than likely actually Mion, which would explain why her behavior is so different, because she actually has the demon, as it were, inside of her.
Ta-da!
I just let you be Meon, remember? It was mine! Give it back to me! Give me my name back! I can't stand that you even look like Meon. If I were Meon then... I kicked the bars. I kicked them again and again. Meon crawled up fearfully in the back of the cell, as if she was trying to prevent the bars from crashing down on her. Yeah, it's probably the only thing keeping her safe from her sister's wrath. Okay. Alright, let's get through the tips, and then I'm gonna take a coffee break. But I'll still go for another hour or two. Okay, one tip. Notebook, page 188. New tips! After that, I joined the youth group in search for Kimiyoshi. I went down the town council's phone directory and called to see if he had visited, and then had the group split according to the circular notice divisions and sent them to search the town. Everybody seemed to be assuming they wouldn't find him. But since I knew they definitely never would, it was just bothersome to me. Even after midnight, they were still enthusiastically looking for him. I bore the sleepiness while yawning. Then I heard somebody whisper. Last year, we did the same thing when Satoshi Hojo-kun went missing. The youth group was looking for someone who would never be found, just like last year. I was yawning because I knew this. Last year, there must have also been some people who were yawning and grinning on the inside. When did we stop searching last year, do you remember? When Satoshi Hojo-kun was missing? Oh, what time was it? I guess it was around midnight. It was already 2 in the morning. Although they spent this much time searching for Kimiyoshi, they didn't do the same thing when Satoshi-kun went missing. To be fair, this is their mayor who is missing. After all, some people knew they wouldn't find him. They must have been sleepy. They must have said that they would leave it to the police. Shit, I want to kill these people who said that. Okay, so we'll save. And I'm gonna take a 15-20 minute break. End of chapter 11. Okay, I don't think there's much left, so I am actually gonna see if I can't finish this tonight. Or today, it's still the afternoon for me. Anyway, if you need to get up and go do things, by all means. But yeah, I'll be back in a little bit.
Okay. I have been caffeinated. I've had some pie. I have my cat. Let's continue. And I also refilled my water bottle. Because, man, do I drink a lot during these games. Okay. Load it. Oh, we already did that. Okay. Let's just make sure that we did the... Okay. So we'll just click through it real quick. Since we already technically did that. Because I've missed tips before, even when I thought I clicked them. Okay. So, exit. We'll continue, and then we'll save after we get done with this next chapter. Well, at least the tips for it.
What? Michan, you didn't get much sleep either, did you? Did you?
Yeah. I went to bed at like 3. I'm a little tired. 3? Hey, no, you can't keep staying up that late. You probably read the first volume of a manga, thought it was interesting, and then read the entire series, didn't you?
Don't judge me, Keiichi. Sometimes you get really into a long series.
I understand, I've done that before.
What? Wait, is this about the mayor? He still hasn't been found?
Nope. I went to the Furude Shrine to join the youth group with their search for the mayor. Since I knew there was no way he would be found, it was really boring for me. Well, just enduring sleepiness wasn't that bad. Not if you consider what Kimiyoshi had to go through since last night. He's been hanging from the ceiling and couldn't even fall asleep or sit down since he had to stay on his tiptoes the whole time. Yeah, no, you are... That man is exhausted? The teacher explained to us that the mayor had gone missing and asked us if we knew anything. A couple people said some things, but they were irrelevant. To me, this issue meant nothing, but it was all my classmates were talking about. Gee, because it's like the mayor is missing or something, Shion. I observed Keiichi Maibara. I had no idea if any type of danger was drawing closer to him. Maybe I'd call him again tonight, pretending to be Shion. I told him some outrageous stuff last night, so he panicked. But I was sure he'd calm down after a day. Spoiler, he did not. At that time, I heard a little girl's laughter. It was Rika Furude, the last survivor of the Furude family and their current head. However, she wasn't really treated as one. During the family's council, she often drew pictures, or would take naps in the hag's bed. 'Cause, yeah, we don't know how young she is, but my guess is that she and Satoko are potentially under 10. So they are small children. She wasn't even invited to last night's meeting. 'Cause, yeah, I think if she was like, 11 or 12, they might be like, okay, you need to start learning some responsibility. But the fact that anyway. It was hard to believe such a little girl was responsible for part of the curse system. However, even though she wasn't in a respected position as the head of the Furude family, there was plenty of old people who worshipped her as the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama, hence the name Rika-chama. I'd heard from someone that Rika Furude was rather odd, and seemed to behave as if she knew she was that reincarnation. Oh, we'll get to that! It's gonna be a couple arcs, but we'll get to that! Maybe Takano-san had told me that at the library when she was alive. When Rika Furude became worried about something, the elderly people who worshipped her would make arrangements. It was very similar to the Sonozaki family, and it was also the same system used for the curse. I wonder, does Rika Furude know anything about the deaths of Takano-san and Tomitake-san? Boy, howdy! But we'll get to that. Not in this arc, but we'll get to that. What does she think of the people sneaking into the ritual storehouse? Does she know who snuck in and what happened to those people? As the one managing the storehouse, it was possible that she noticed the intruders first. In fact, she was the only one who could have noticed. She must have passed on that information, which was why the curse was executed. She was in the middle of her dance! That foolish Kate, she turned the light on when we went to the ritual storehouse. The light switch could have been connected to some kind of alarm. Rika Furude, the leader of the Furude family. Maybe getting to know her would be a good idea. As the leader of the Furude family, how much do you know about the incident? I asked her rather directly. It was hard to tell if she understood what I was asking her in place of the Sonozaki family head, instead of as Mion Sonozaki.
Are you talking about Tomitake and Takano?
Rika answered. The news hadn't been made public yet. Yet she knew about it. Although she looked immature, perhaps she was truly the head of the Furude family.
That's the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
I already know that.
But it's not over yet, is it? There should still be 2 more.
Wrong voice. Have you heard about what will happen to them? I tried to be vague to see how Rika Furude would react. I've been thinking that she had nothing to do with the underside of Hinamizawa since she was always treated like a child. However, Rika just said things about the incident which normal people shouldn't know anything about. That proves she belonged to the underside's network.
I don't think that matters anymore.
She answered that question about Tomitake and Takano-san fairly quickly, but it took her a little longer to answer this time. Did she have to think about it? Shit, the look on her face never changes. It's impossible to figure out what she's thinking. What do you mean? How can they get away with what they've done?
I think they feel bad about what they've done. That should be fine.
Her response was unexpected, especially after seeing all the old people get so furious last night. The trespass in the ritual storehouse was blasphemy against Oyashiro-sama. The village elders had said those intruders deserved to die. Yet the leader of the Furude family, who has protected the sacred storehouse for ritual implements, said that if they felt remorse for it, then it was fine. Which, you should believe her, because that is her property. I recalled how people thought of Rika Furude's father during the dam conflict. Yes, her father was called an opportunist back then. He didn't agree with the Onagafuchi guardians, who had resisted violently during the conflict. Like father, like daughter. I aggressively grabbed Rika Furude by the collar.
Huh?
What the heck are you talking about? You're pretty stupid, just like your predecessor, aren't you? The Furude family must understand better than anybody how sacred the ritual storehouse is. How could the head of the family say such a thing? I laughed at myself. I was told the same thing by someone else, and was now saying it to Rika. Don't you know how serious a crime trespassing in the ritual storehouse is?
It's a very important place for Oyashiro-sama, so nobody can go in without permission.
See, you know that. Those poor people brought their filth in there.
What bad kitty cats. Meow.
That's right, bad cats. 2 cats have been caught and punished. There are 2 more.
Not you, Hazel. You're a good kitty cat. Meow.
How do you think they should be punished? Tell me your opinions as the head of the Furude family. Rika really didn't usually wear an expression whatsoever, making it impossible to tell what she was thinking. But while I grabbed her by the collar and stared at her, I could tell somehow. Rika was a little disturbed, I sensed she was trying to see what I was thinking in turn.
I want to forgive those 2 kitty cats.
Why should they get away with what they've done?
What are you trying to say?
That's a good question, so let me explain. Those 2 must offer compensation for what they've done. They have to clear away their sins. Otherwise, Oyashiro-sama won't stop being angry. Every crime must be punished appropriately. Do you understand?
Yashiro-sama doesn't get angry, even if someone enters the storehouse.
Huh? What are you saying?
The reason why nobody is allowed in to see the ritual storehouse is because there are too many scary tools in there. I'm sure people would get scared if they saw them. That's why we don't let people in there. I'm sure those intruders were scared too. And I'm sure they feel just as bad about what they've done.
They're forgiven once they feel bad about what they've done? That's not how you decide. That's what Oyashiro-sama decides.
I'm the Shrine Maiden of Oyashiro-sama, don't you know?
Of course I do. You weren't telling me that Oyashiro-sama told me he isn't angry with you, are you? Rika nodded yes without hesitation. Can't believe the lies she's coming up with. I'm not surprised. I'm shocked. Huh? That's why your parents died of a curse 2 years ago? Oyashiro-sama was angry because they didn't deserve to serve him. That's why he cursed your father.
Oyashiro-sama would never do that. My father didn't die because of the curse of Oyashiro-sama.
Ugh. Am I really talking to the last Shrine Maiden of the Furude family? Obviously, Oyashiro-sama can't be at peace. You're supposed to worship Oyashiro-sama. How pathetic.
I don't know why you're so angry. Me.
I realized she was in the position to know as much as the other 2 family heads. As proof, she talked about the year's incident as though it was nothing. Yet she could feign ignorance with a serious face. She was sure something. She's even better than me. I slapped her a few times and pushed her to the ground. Rika, having tumbled downwards, looked up at me with tears in her eyes. This all happened because you wanted to change the storehouse's lock to something that was easier for you, right? Again, she's a small child.
That's true. The old one was too heavy, so I talked to Kimiyoshi and he changed it to a cheaper, lighter one.
You left the heavy lock on. Maybe that would have prevented them from trespassing. This is your fault, too. Don't you forget that. Of course, the Kimiyoshi family who actually changed the lock is responsible for this, too. The last part was something I added on a whim. I added to connect Rika's story to the disappearance of Kimiyoshi. I wanted to pressure her psychologically by doing so. The head of the Kimiyoshi family had to pay for his crime. That's why he disappeared. The head of the Furude family has to pay for her crime too, you know. Rika was still on the floor, tears pouring down her cheeks. Ichimaibara is the last one left. I suppose the Furude family will have to take care of him.
I don't know anything.
You don't need to know anything, do you? You just have to look worried, that's all it takes. That's how it is at our house, too. Anyway, good luck.
I don't...
Rika hung her head. She seemed to want to say something, but she was afraid I might be rough on her again. I doubted Rika Furude was actually the top of the curse system, like the hag was. However, as one of the 3 family heads, she was a lot closer to the underside of Hinamazawa than I was. But now that undesirable underside was well aware of Keiichi Maibara. I told the elderly leaders of the village yesterday in the meeting that Keiichi Maibara was the last one remaining. I just told the head of the Furude family the same thing. If threateningly. My threat was effective. The curse of Oyashiro-sama should still fall upon Keiichi Maibara. And just at the right time, I would grab my enemy right as he took my bait. If the assassin came from the Furude family, this girl would have committed the same sin as the hag. When that time came, I wouldn't hold back. I was going to make sure she suffered and then kill her, which we'll get to that. We are getting to bad things happen to small children, so be prepared for that. I've heard of a lot of torture technique where you pound dozens of nails into the victim's fingers. Oof! I already found restraints on the table and tools for it. Oof! When the time comes, I'll pound nails into your fingers. That gruesome anticipation radiated from my eyes and scared Rika even further. Yeah, probably. We'll get to that. I wonder how Kimiyoshi is doing. I doubt he died from tiptoeing all night, but sometimes a human can go very easily. Remember how you killed your grandma with your stun gun? Your illegally obtained, overpowered stun gun? Remember that? He already told me everything I wanted to hear, and he doesn't know anything else anyway. On top of that, he was responsible for spreading the infection that was the curse of Oyashiro-sama. His sins are very heavy. I really liked Uncle Kimiyoshi. He has always been kind. The hag was so tough on her relatives. And that was why he was extra nice to me. When we talked yesterday, I was so happy to hear him say that he would forgive Shion. He even said he would fight the hag to save her. That made me very happy. Don't worry. If Shion-chan feels bad about whatever she's done, she won't be demoned away. Leave it to me. I felt such warmth inside of me. I almost shivered. I was so happy, yet so very sad. Where he continued to say that Satoshi-kun deserved to die. Said those nice things because he wanted to make me unhappy, since she was worried about Shion. Satoshi-kun deserved to die because he was a member of the cursed Hojo family, but Shion-chan of the Sonozaki family did not. That's what he meant. Like, you are so close. You are so close to grasping. But you're gonna miss it. You're gonna hard left in a minute. In other words, the leaders of the village, including Kimiyoshi, the leaders of the village, including the Kimiyoshi family, members of the Hojo family are more contemptible than insects. They don't care if they lived or died. Sin was not only that they despised the Hojo family, but also that they let that hatred infect the rest of the village. Therefore, everyone in the village deserved to be a victim of the curse. And this is where Shion Sonozaki will not calm down. Kimiyoshi and the others created an environment that excused murder in that name. That was so. Hi, Bill! If Takano-san and Tomitake-san hadn't committed a serious time of trespassing in the ritual storehouse, how did your stream go? I was lurking for a little bit. Will do, thank you. Okay, well, that's good. As long as it went well in the dying part. Yeah, so we are spiraling, and it's not good. Then Satoka Hojo, the last survivor of the Hojo family, and Teppei Hojo, who had been hiding in Okonomiya, might have been the victims. Satoka Hojo, oh yeah, no, we're gonna get through this scene. It's gonna be rough, but I'm gonna get through it. Satoka Hojo. She was always around Satoshi-kun. She expected Satoshi-kun to help her every time she cried. She was one of the people who cornered him. If Satoka wasn't that much of a burden, Satoshi-kun wouldn't have killed his aunt. Somebody told Satoshi-kun to commit that murder. And to hide the evidence of his connection to the mastermind, Satoshi-kun was demoned away. Or he could have just been a really desperate kid. That's what Oishi thought. If Satoshi-kun hadn't killed his aunt, maybe he wouldn't have been chosen as last year's victim. Because of the command word Veg, after all, the curse of Oyashiro-sama fell upon the Hojo family as a whole. Didn't matter which member of the family died. Zant had a terrible reputation in the neighborhood. She didn't communicate with her neighbors. She was always throwing fits, and there was nothing nice about her in any way whatsoever. We do not like this woman. Even if Satoshi-kun didn't kill her, the curse would have fallen upon her sooner or later. Their aunt was the first victim. There needed to be another Hojo to calm the curse. According to the rumor, their uncle was living somewhere in Okonomiya with his lover. Yeah. However, Okonomiya was a little different than Hinamizawa. Sonozaki family was powerful there as well, of course, but it would have been more difficult in Okonomiya to demon someone away. So naturally, Satoshi-kun and Satoko were still in Hinamizawa, became the targets because they're children and they can't leave. Which one should be cursed? That was simple. Satoko, of course. She was snobby and lacking manners. She's a child. She's a child in an abusive situation. Everyone in the neighborhood likes Satoshi-kun. Even if he was the son of the Hojo couple who betrayed the village during the dam conflict. Compared to Satoko, he didn't deserve to die. Shion, you're projecting again. Stop that. Therefore, the actual victim of last year's curse should have been his aunt and Satoko. Yeah, no, he'd miss his sister. I'm sorry, he would miss his sister. Satoshi-kun was suddenly all alone. His mean aunt and mean uncle were gone. His sister, who was a burden to him all his life, was gone too. Honestly, he'd probably fall into a deep depression if something happened to her. Satoshi-kun was such a nice person, he would be sad, although he'd realize he was finally free. But time would heal him. I'd even help. Of course you would. Didn't have to live in his house in Hinamizawa. He could live with me in Okonomiya. There were plenty of empty rooms in the apartment block where I lived. Girl! I could find him a part-time job, too. Didn't need to go to school in Hinamizawa. He could go with me in Okonomiya. He could go to school with me in Okonomiya. Shion! He wouldn't know his way around, or really anything about the school there, so I'd help him. So I'd be with Satoshi-kun all the Oh, wow, I hate that I'm predicting this so badly. I'd show him the shortcut to school, we'd go shopping, I'd teach him many different things. We'd basically be married. What an unbelievably happy ending. Satoshi-kun had been suffering so much, and I had been pushed away all my life. We would finally be happy. Like, in that sense, I can see why she's so drawn to him. Like, I totally get why she's like, yes. That one. I enjoyed these sweet delusions, but I didn't have any more time to waste. I gotta murder some children. I was sure there were plenty of old people who had been trying to get a hold of Oryu all morning, and who were trying to catch me after I got home from school. Actually, the phone had been ringing constantly while I enjoyed my happy thoughts. When I answered the phone, I casually listened and replied. As planned, Keiichi Maibara is now known as the next curse victim within the underside of Hinamizawa. I also tried to let them know that the disappearance of the village chief had something to do with the fact that he changed the locks in the ritual storehouse door. All the authorities in the underside came to realize the seriousness of trespassing into the storehouse after all the heads of the three families got punished. One of the phone calls was from Oishi. He had also heard about Kimiyoshi's disappearance, and he knew he had something to do with changing the locks. I'm impressed. He had some pretty good sources. But all he can do is catch whatever information he can get. There's no way for him to find out where it's coming from. I'd call Keiichi Maibara again later tonight. Ads are probably going to start in like a minute. Some of the more aggressive villagers may have already started to take action around him. I'm sure that Keiichi is feeling the danger that's coming towards him. I'd have to be careful that he doesn't get killed easily. He's still bait after all! If I can catch the enemy before they bite Keiichi, I can use him again as bait. Keiichi Maibara. I haven't known him for long. There we go.
Alright, while that's going on, I've got a couple things I need to do, so... Okay, there we go. He's funny, if not intelligent. He'll never replace Satoshi-kun. But I do think he's fun to be around. There's just one thing I don't like about him. He rubs my head far too often. His hand is as warm as Satoshi-kun's hand, which is why I can't stand it. But that's about it. Ichimaribara isn't Satoshi-kun's enemy. I don't hate him. He's fun to be around. They'd probably get along pretty well. But I wouldn't shed a tear for him if he became a victim of the curse. I won't prevent Keiichi Maebara from being killed, but I won't kill him myself either. I'd made arrangements for the curse to fall upon him, but I never told anyone to kill him. Well, I suppose I did tell Rika Furuta to take care of Keiichi Maebara. Wait a minute. To avenge Satoshi-kun, I'm doing exactly the same thing as the hag did. Yeah? Yeah, you are! I'm using the exact same system that killed Satoshi-kun. Congratulations! You caught up! Keiichi Maebara. I'm just using him. I told people to let the curse fall upon Keiichi, but I've been giving him appropriate warnings. I'm going to help him if he tries to live. If I catch all of my enemies. Maybe I'll let him loose. He's different from Satoshi-kun. Satoshi-kun was tricked into killing his aunt, and was killed himself afterwards, so there wouldn't be any evidence remaining. I won't kill Keiichi Maebara. That's how I'm different from the hag. Evening was turning into night. I had to get dinner ready. I had to eat so I'd have some strength to take revenge. The place was far from town. It would even get isolated during winter because of snow. It's not unusual for a household like this to have 2 or 3 refrigerators. There were plenty of groceries left in them. I was glad I didn't have to go grocery shopping. I could hear the chorus of the Higurashi. People often say that the sound of the Higurashi brings back memories. For me, it's the exact opposite. I've only ever heard of the sound of the Higurashi in Hinamizawa. It's interesting how sometimes they use Higurashi and other times they use cicadas. Therefore, the sound of the Higurashi, to me, is Hinamizawa. The sound reminded me I wasn't supposed to be here, that I couldn't be here. That's when I heard the doorbell! Because there was a good distance between the house and the gate, there was a doorbell and an intercom by the ladder. It had a security camera, too. Something as modern as a security camera monitor in an old-fashioned kitchen looked rather strange. I turned the switch, but nothing appeared on the monitor. I tried to check the plug, but there was a bunch of cords behind the refrigerator, so I couldn't even do that. The doorbell continued to ring while I tried to figure out where the monitor was broken. I just didn't know how to turn it on. I only felt like answering the door, depending on who it was. I'd normally be easiest to pretend to be out. That wouldn't help me.
I was waiting for my enemies to show up. Couldn't just hide myself in that case. The hag was supposed to be sick and in an extremely bad mood. I'd already sent word out that she didn't want to see anyone. So who could it be? I made up my mind and turned the intercom on. Oh, I think I remember what's happening. Okay. If it was someone unwanted, I could just turn whoever it was away. But I had to act normally so I wouldn't arouse suspicion. I had to act normally.
Yes?
Who is it?
Hello?
She didn't tell me her name, but I recognized her voice.
Rika-chan?
What are you doing here? At this time of day?
I ran out of soy sauce, so could you share some with me?
Soy sauce? I almost screamed, but I controlled myself. I took a moment to think about the situation. Inamazawa was far from most stores, so sometimes neighbors would share seasonings and stuff with each other. The village sometimes gets snowed in during winter, but the Furuta Shrine was quite far from this house. It's rather odd for her to come all the way here just on her bicycle just to get some soy sauce. Maybe she was using it as an excuse. Maybe there was something she wanted to talk to me about. That was when I noticed a piece of paper that was on the refrigerator door next to the intercom. We still have plenty of homemade soy sauce in stock. Feel free to come by the Sonosaki house if you want some. The hag must have given a flyer to everyone. One of our relatives sent her a barrel of soy sauce. If you want some, bring a container. That's what the flyer said. I see, that would explain it. There was a handwritten note at the bottom of the flyer. The soy sauce is in the storage area under the floor. Give them as much as they want. There was a storage area beneath the floor. When I opened it, I saw the barrel of soy sauce alongside a funnel and a ladle. I didn't want Rika to notice anything suspicious at this point. I decided to share the soy sauce with her. Sure. Did you bring a container?
I brought a soy sauce bottle.
Okay. Come on in. I'll be at the front door. As I headed there, I heard the doorbell ring again.
Me, the gate is locked from the inside. I can't open it.
Ah, that's right. Sorry. I'll be right there. Just hang on. People didn't pay much attention to safety around here in Hinamazawa. People don't think too much about locking the doors. But someone who lived in town, I'd always locked everything. Let Rika Furuta in, I'd have to go outside.
Good evening.
Good evening. Rika smiled at me. She was holding a huge soy sauce bottle. She acted like I never yelled at her, got violent at her, or made her cry at all today. Or perhaps she came to curry a favor, thinking that she angered me. I invited Rika to the front door and told her to wait a moment and tried to take the bottle. But Rika took her shoes off and walked into the house with the bottle in her hands. Don't worry, I'll get it for you. Why don't you just wait right there?
I'm pretty good at pouring soy sauce into a funnel, you know.
She looked at me as if begging. I guess she wanted to pour the soy sauce in the bottle herself. I didn't want her to come in the house. I suppose I didn't want her to wait there alone either. She came to the kitchen with me. I could keep my eyes on her. And so I brought Rika-chan to the kitchen. We walked down the hallway. I only heard my footsteps. I stopped suddenly and turned around to make sure Rika was following me. Rika bumped into me. Eep! Sorry. I made sure she was right behind me and started to walk again. Tap, tap, tap. Tip, tip, tip. Tap, tap.
Tip, tip.
Rika must have been having fun matching her footsteps to mine. Even when I quickly sped up, our footsteps matched perfectly. Tap, tap. Tap, tap.
Tip, tip. Tip, tip.
Tap, tap, tap. I stopped suddenly.
Tip, tip, tip. Yep.
Rika stopped suddenly too after taking an extra step. When I turned around, Rika smiled at me. Our footsteps matched perfectly, and when I stopped suddenly, I heard her extra step. I've experienced such footsteps before. It was making me feel uncomfortable. But now, although her footsteps sounded the same as the other ones I'd experienced, I saw her when I turned around. That was the difference between them. I left the storage door open so I could see the soy sauce barrel. The memo said she can take as much as you want, but I wasn't sure there was enough left. I crouched down and tried to open the lid of the soy sauce barrel. Even when I crouched down, I could hear Rika-chan's extra step. Good, there's plenty left. Take as much as you want. When I turned around, Rika was very close to me. But, Who is this? I saw Rika, but it wasn't Rika at all. It's like when I switched with my sister. The outside was the same, but the inside was different. Did Rika have a twin sister? I was confused for a moment. That was when Rika sprayed something from a small bottle in my eyes. Huh? I felt a terrible pain in my eyes and suddenly tears poured out and my nose started to run. Couldn't stop sneezing either. Oh, she pepper sprayed her. As I stumbled around covering my face, I then realized I was attacked. I shut my eyes tightly for a moment, then opened them again. Rika was about to grab my hair to drag me down onto the floor. When Rika saw me open my eyes, she sprayed me again. I shut my eyes to avoid the spray, but my nose still breathed in the substance. I avoided the pain in my eyes, but the tears, the runny nose, and the sneezing continued. Shit, My brain isn't working quickly enough. However, when I finally understood that I'd been attacked by Rika Furude, my brain started to grind into motion. Rika Furude knocked me onto my back and got on top of me. I tried to escape from her by rolling into the kitchen floor. As I rolled, I hit an oven, a huge jar, and destroyed a pile of something on the floor as I fought back. Property damage! But Rika didn't let go of me. She stayed on top and restrained me. She was sitting on my stomach, and I felt intense pain and pressure. She sure could fight well. I still couldn't see anything. Rika had the upper hand, my eyes were shut, and I was in real danger. As I tried to blink, I saw Rika's expression. I didn't know Rika Furude that well. I only knew her from the few times we met when I went to school as Mion, and from things I've heard from other people. But as far as I knew, there was no way Rika Furude would ever do something like this. This is just impossible. Impossible. No, I can't fill my head with that word. I have to calm down and figure out what to do next. Shit, I'm too much of a mess to even think. I tried to peek at her face again. She still had the spray bottle in one hand. What I didn't expect was the thing in her other hand. How could be mistaken for anything else? Or, how could I mistake it for anything else? It was definitely a syringe. When Rika realized I regained my eyesight, she pointed the spray bottle right at me and let loose with it. I shut my eyes tightly and tried to ignore the pain. But that was when, even though I was blinded, Rika made a miscalculation. She had sprayed me with such a close distance that she inhaled the substance as well. I heard Rika sneeze and realized it was my chance. Even though I couldn't see, I knew she was right there. I hit Rika's face a few times. When I felt Rika's weight shift, I escaped. Then I got my stun gun ready. Rika must have inhaled just a little of the spray. She wasn't sneezing anymore, and was glaring at me instead. Hey, are you picking a fight with me? You want me to wreck you? Rika's expression didn't change, but I was sure she was disappointed that her surprise attack was a failure. Rika flinched just a little. But she was still holding the spray bottle and aiming at my eyes. She was trying to use the spray first, and then give me the shot. I didn't know what was in that syringe, but it was a clear liquid. It had to be something bad. She wanted to take my eyesight and get on top of me, and then give me the shot. If whatever was in that syringe took a while to take effect... Hey, Rika? Can't you just, stick her in the leg? I might have a chance to fight back. Does it have to be inserted into the arm? I might have a chance to fight back and seriously injure Rika. But Rika's surprise attack told me that just being injected was more than enough. In other words, whatever the effect, it would start to work immediately. Therefore, I wouldn't be able to fight back against her. It'd probably either knock me out or kill me. In any case, what I had was equally deadly. My stun gun was very powerful. We have established this because she killed an old woman with it. Just one shot would be all it took. What happened before was proof of its power. Rika knew my stun gun was a lot more powerful than her spray. She was being extra cautious. Hey, what do you think you're doing in my house, huh? If you aren't moving, then I'll come to you. I threw a pile of newspapers at her. The pile wasn't tied together, so the newspapers flew all over Rika. I jumped at her immediately after. I shoved my stun gun into her and pulled the trigger. Rika spasmed and fell to the floor. You fool. Hesitating in a fight with a single blow wins. Only amateurs just glare at each other. What do you think this is, Dragon Ball Z? You don't have a single clue how advantageous the first strike is, when a single blow can decide everything. Spray bottle rolled to the ground, but she still had the syringe. Rika was down, but I couldn't let my guard down either. I kicked her in the side and climbed on top of her. I took the syringe. I held Rika's arm down and gave her the shot. My actions could hardly be called gentle. I injected her violently. I'm sorry if anybody hates syringes. I injected everything that was in that syringe. Rika began to convulse. I stood back and watched what would happen to her body. Of course, I still had my guard up. While I assumed that the drug would incapacitate her immediately, I didn't know exactly what kind of reaction she would have. Haha, look at you. Did you really think you could defeat me? Think again. After a few more convulsions, Rika unsteadily got to her feet. That's ridiculous. How could she even stand? I looked at my stun gun. Damn it. The power was on its lowest setting. Maybe it had to be adjusted when we were Maybe it had been readjusted when we were rolling around on the floor. I changed the setting to maximum. Would actually kill a child! Rika turned pale and started sweating all over. I didn't know the exact effects of it, but Rika had given me the shot. I'd be the one experiencing her symptoms. She looked really sick, so obviously she must have been feeling awful too. She couldn't even focus. She was wobbly and had her hands on the wall. She'd lost her balance, and it must have been hard for her to even stand. She didn't look so brave anymore. Rika wobbled some more and moaned as if she was about to throw up. Oh, baby. On you. Cough, cough, cough. So, I won't spoil that yet. But more foreshadowing right there. Rika looked scary as she moaned and wobbled, but at the same time she was kind of funny too. Certainly she hadn't even dreamed she had been getting the shot herself. As the man sows, so shall he reap. That's what you get. This is so funny, so funny! But please don't throw up here. Go to the bathroom, okay? Hehehe. I'm going to enjoy how long it takes you to die. Oh, but that means I can't torture you later, huh? I've been planning to use the nail table on you. So either you choke on your own vomit and die, or I'll pound nails into all 10 of your fingers. I wonder which it'll be. Okay, I know. Let's move to the underground shrine storage. I'll put you to sleep so you could boo there, okay? Hehehe. I walked up to Rika, my stun gun making a popping sound. Rika saw the sparks of the stun gun. She moved to grab my huge kitchen knife. Are you still trying to fight? Hehehe. That makes things more fun. I have so much I want to ask you. I would suggest you back down. Well, actually, even if you do, you'll go through the same misery anyway. Sorry, but I refuse that invitation. You torture maniac. What she said wasn't anything I expected to hear from the Rika I knew. But I didn't hesitate. I had the advantage, so I didn't need to worry. Besides, this was coming from the last survivor of the Furuta family of the 3 families. That sudden change somehow felt natural. Oh, I remember what she does. Compared to what the 3 families had done, this was nothing. So, warning for some self-harm in about 2 minutes. Thank you for that high praise, though. I should be proud of myself, huh? So, you seriously thinking about fighting me with that knife in that condition? You can't even stand straight. You're right. Like you said, I'm at my limit. But that means getting captured and tortured to death by you, then sorry, I'm taking my leave. Taking your leave? Try it if you can. It's clear who held the advantage here. But despite that odd thrill filled both of us. We lost our minds wasn't a fitting phrase for the people of Hinamizawa. No! It was a feeling of a release when modern demons could stop pretending to be humans. Yes, this was a mad banquet of demons with the savoring of blood and the devouring of flesh. Attended by the head of the Furude family and the head of the Sonozaki family, the old families whose blood is closest to the madness of demons. I stood in front of the hallway so as to block her escape route. The windows had grates and doors had a safety chain on it, and if she turned around, I'd hit her with the gun. In this situation, what did Rika Furude mean by taking her leave? She has a knife? Rika got the knife ready. I expected her to aim at my stomach when she attacked, so I took a stance and got my stun gun ready in my hand. Brace yourself if you don't like this sort of stuff. Feel free to tab away, or mute, or whatever you need to do. Rika, however, suddenly turned around. I carefully watched to see what her next move would be. Rika put the handle of the knife to the wall and held it in place. What was she doing?
Goodbye, torture maniac. I won't give you the satisfaction of killing me.
Rika reared her head back and slammed her throat against the knife into the wall. Blood splattered all over. Rika bent backwards and repeatedly let the knife slash at her throat. Again and again. Her neck and chest were dyed red. I'd always thought blood was darker. But her blood wasn't dark. It was so bright, I must have been confused, but it looked pretty. After doing this several times, Rika turned around. Her eyes were wide open. She didn't look like she was from this world. Her face looked like something both living and dead, both real and artificial. It was a very scary, eerie, and above all else, pale. Oh! Okay. Although her face looked unearthly, it was very appropriate for the face of a demon. I didn't have a mirror, so I couldn't tell. But I was sure I looked exactly like her. Rika continued to violently slash at her throat. It reminded me of someone trying to break a huge piece of ice with an ice pick. That was exactly what Rika looked like. White chips of ice coolly flying through the air. What I saw before me was a beautiful sight. Every time Rika struck her throat, a tiny drop of red blood splattered in the boring white world around her. It was like a dance. A dedication dance by the final head of the Furude family. That demon's last dance of dedication to Yashiro-sama. Upon seeing that literally blood-curdling dance, I let out a fierce roar. I had no reason to do so. I was howling like an animal. We were like animals trying to kill each other, both getting covered in blood. And then the inevitability as one of us convulsed into a pool of that blood. The other threw back its head and howled. Body shivered with joy, with the joy I felt inside me. This was death, the most final of judgments, and it was right before me. The demon howled. Screamed. And roared. The roars faded, and my voice started to change from the voice of a demon back to that of a human. As a demon I roared, but as a human I sneered. Rika was covered in blood from her neck down. The blood was pouring out, making little noises. Rika was still staring into my eyes. I stared back at her. I wasn't sure they were still eyes, though. They were no longer human eyes, but the eyes of the dead. Rika's corpse vomited blood from her mouth and nose, and smiled. Then she dropped the knife. She stuck her hands out and turned her palms upward. Wiggling fingers reminded me of insect legs. Those fingers reached for her own throat. Never seen anything like it. I'd never seen anyone do this before. As Rika was scratching her own throat, she was ripping her own throat apart. Maybe that wasn't a good description. She was trying to rip out the inside of her throat. Nope. Nope, we're not reading this. This might get too violent for some people. Not doing it. More violence.
What?
On hearing my scream, Rika died and fell on her face in the pool of blood. That was it. She didn't get up again to show me her throat. I stepped back from Rika Furude's body and bumped into the wall in the hallway. Ah! I roared again in admiration of the ritual dance of the dedication of the head of the Furude family. Joy ran through my body, and my blood rushed through my veins. I won! I defeated her! Then I realized I'd disposed of the heads of the 3 families, the core curse of Oyashiro-sama. Everything was finally exposed. The curse of Oyashiro-sama and its masterminds were all exposed. I disposed of the leaders of the 3 families who had all killed Satoshi-kun. And the head of the Sonozaki family died of a heart attack. She was at the bottom of a well along with a wheelchair. I apprehended the head of the Kimiyoshi family. He'd continued to tiptoe until he died. The head of the Furude family died, in a way that was perfect for the final head of the 3 families of Onagafuchi. I did it. I accomplished my mission. I defeated all the masterminds who killed Satoshi-kun with the curse. Everyone. Satoshi-kun, you were powerless. You didn't have the means to fight back. Those evil people simply sneered while they let you die. After making you a member of the cursed Hojo family, or marking you, I will never ever forgive them. They believed you deserved to die because you were one of the Hojos. As long as it was done by the curse of Oyashiro-sama, they didn't care how you were killed. I will never forgive those people for creating this world. What could I have done to save you, Satoshi-kun? I couldn't save you. Shion Sonozaki couldn't do anything at the time. If I was Mion, not Shion. If I was Mion that day, I could have saved you. Mion could have saved you. That's right, I remember now. Shion. She said she wanted to eat the red snapper sashimi that day. I was supposed to eat that, but Shion pouted and cried. That's why I let her switch, just for that night. I did it to make her happy like a big sister would. Shion was never treated well, so I felt bad. That was it. I was being a good sister, that was it. But morning came. The world had turned upside down and had remained so until today. We weren't twins anymore. The one with the demon was Mion, and the one without the demon was Shion. What was that supposed to mean? Wait, Mom, listen. I'm Mion, not her. You can tell us apart, right, Mom? Look, can't you tell, Mom? Can't you tell I'm Mion? Come on, everybody, tell me I'm Mion. I'm Mion. Don't call me Shion. I'm Mion, I am. Then I realized. You knew, didn't you? That the relatives weren't gathering for a simple party that night? You knew. No, I didn't. I really didn't know. Huh? How can you say that? You were so persistent that day. You said you'd never eaten red snapper before, so you really wanted to try it. You never gave up asking me. I really didn't know. I didn't know. Even if I had known, I wouldn't have said that. Oh, sure. You were always jealous of me. That was why I switched with you every once in a while. Alright, ad break's gonna happen soon. But you weren't satisfied with just that. You became even more jealous. And that night, you knew what was going on. You took Mion from me. You took Mion from me. Give Mion back. I'm the one who's Mion. I am Mion Sonozaki. You were Shion the whole time. Don't call yourself Mion, you imposter. I kicked the bars of the cell repeatedly while I roared. Compared to my roar, the metallic noises of the bar sounded like the cry of a little puppy. I'd been convinced by something so stupid. The tattoo of the demon was just a way of telling us apart. Even without that tattoo, I'm Mion. That's right. I am Mion Sonozaki. Gathered my hair and pulled it into a ponytail of the yellow band Mion used all the time. Since I didn't feel my hair on my neck, Felt like I could think more clearly now. Oh, ad break. While the ad's going, I want to see how many more achievements I have left. Okay, I've got 5. So that tells me with the tips and the extras, I've got 3 chapters left. Okay. So I'll get through this chapter and maybe the next one, and then I will save the probably the last chapter and the extra bits for next time. Which shouldn't take nearly as long. Yeah, I've been basically marathoning this whole arc with longer streams of it. 10 seconds remaining. There we go. 2 Meons looked at each other through the iron bars. According to our sibling rule, that could never happen. There was only one Meon and one Shion. There could never be 2 of either at the same time. Shion, let your hair down. I am Meon, and Meon is here. You were never Meon. So don't pretend to be me ever again, do you hear? I said, do you hear? If you do, answer me. Answer me, Shion. I took myself back on this day. Shion admitted she was Shion. Ah, how wonderful it is to be Meon. I feel great. I can think clearly now. Because after all, Meon is capable of anything. Unlike you, Shion. How dare you pretend to be Meon? Do you have any idea? Huh, Shion? Yes, sis? Shion called me sis. And so, I was Meon. The demon who had been asleep deep inside of me was finally allowed to wake up. The demon roared, and my whole body shivered to express its joy. Shion, you committed a great sin. You were Meon until now. You were in a powerful position as Meon of the Sonozaki family, yet you didn't even try to rescue Satoshi-kun. You had a million chances to save him, but you chose not to do anything. I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you. I could have saved Satoshi-kun. Yep, she has lost it. Took him from me and you killed him. I'll never forgive you for that. Shion was shaking on the other side of the bars. I will kill you. I'll kill you in the best possible way. Starting today, I'm going to think of the best, most gruesome way to kill you. Shion, you better spend every minute fearing what's coming to you. I won't just kill you. I'll make sure that your death is long and miserable. And after you're dead, I'll throw you into the well. You better apologize to Satoshi-kun when you get there. That's what you get for pretending to be me. Do you hear me? That's your sin. I needed at least to clean up the kitchen. While I was putting the old newspapers on the floor to absorb the blood, the phone rang. I didn't want to answer, but maybe I should. I should answer it and talk to whoever it was. Hello, this is the Sonozaki residence. Thank you for answering. This is Hojo calling. I was surprised to hear the Hojo name. But I realized right away it was Satoko. Oh. What's the matter? Satoko? Sorry to call so late. Is Rika not there with you? Ah, yes. Ever since Satoko Hojo was abandoned, she had been living with Rika Furude. Of course she'd gotten suspicious that Rika hadn't returned yet. Ah, yeah, she's here. Oh, she's still there? It's long past dinner time. Hey, Satoko. I made too much dinner tonight. So I told Rika-chan to eat here with me.
Is that so? Oh. Why don't you come over too?
I have plenty of food left. Rika-chan has already started eating.
Oh, Rika. All right, I'll clean up a little and then head out. See you shortly.
Okay. I'll be here. See ya. Click. We're getting through at least the next half of the chapter, if not the next chapter. Because we're getting through this scene. I am not leaving that till next time. I refuse.
Keiichi,
I've been calling your name for a while. You have a phone call. It's from Sonozaki-san.
Sonozaki-san.
Which one? The older sister or the younger one? I don't know. Ask her yourself.
Hello? Mion? Or is it Shion?
It's me. Shion. Good evening. Shion. Sorry about last night. I got all riled up. You must have been worried about how I hung up the phone so suddenly last night. We're tied to the same fate. Make sure the other is alright is the only way to guarantee our own safety. Yeah, I agree. We absolutely need to share whatever information we have. So, we don't die like Takano-san and Tomitake-san did. Ugh. I heard Keiichi swallow loudly. Then, let's continue from where we left off. You'll listen without getting angry this time, right? Yeah. I'll be fine. Keiichi agreed to be quiet and listen. I explained the dangerous situation Keiichi was in once again. Just like how some evil people in the village attacked Takano and Tomitake-san, they might attack us any day. It was ironic, of course, that while I was warning him, I was also the one who made sure the curse would fall upon him. Let's report everything we noticed that seems strange. If we connected all the tiny pieces we might have, then maybe we'll find out who killed them. Or maybe even the truth behind the incidents of the past few years. You're right. You're right about that. Then I'll start, since I suggested it. I feel like somebody's been watching me lately. What? I was making this up. I just wanted him to realize how urgent the situation was. It might be my imagination, but I'll tell you anyway. I think it's just me, but I feel like you're being watched too, Kei-chan, then maybe it's not just in my head. Well, don't worry. At the very least, everything is fine with me. Seemed like nothing had happened to Keiichi today, at least. Now that the heads of the three families were gone, it was possible that the curse system had been destroyed entirely. If that was the case, then Keiichi might not be attacked after all. There was someone who did want to attack him, and meant part of the system was still alive. In other words, my mission wouldn't be accomplished just yet. Keiichi is the litmus test for this situation. You poor rube! I'd know whether or not all my enemies were gone depending on if Keiichi got bitten. He was sure to be a very useful man. After that, I went along with what Keiichi said. I made sure that he was fearful of Mion as well as the three families. I explained to him the possibility that the whole village was involved, that the curse of Oyashiro-sama might be some sort of system. Then I remembered Shion wouldn't know too much about the disappearance of the mayor, so I continued. I just heard this for myself. Is it true that Uncle Kimiyoshi went missing? You mean the mayor? Wait, Shion, you haven't heard? I don't know anything. I just overheard my father talking about it on the phone again. Yeah, actually last night after the meeting he didn't come home, so the whole village was in a panic. They searched all over Hinamizawa, but if they found him, I haven't heard. The police should be searching for him as well. Why wouldn't you tell me that's something so important right away? Sorry. I thought you already knew. I didn't want to hide it or anything. Kei-chan. What? What should I do? What's wrong? Tell me. We're not keeping secrets from each other, right? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hide it. It was just that, well, the conversation got turned around and we were on the same side, right? I won't get mad, so just tell me.
Uncle Kimiyoshi, I told him everything.
Old Man Kimiyoshi, he said he's someone you feel comfortable confiding in, Shion?
Yes. When I was little, he was really nice to me. All I did was play tricks on him, but he would always just smile. He listened to anything I had to say. He was always such a kind person.
Calm down, Shion. It's not like he's dead, right?
Yet.
Don't lose heart so easily. H tried to make me feel better, but he had no idea what was actually going on. It made me laugh. That night,
I told the mayor that we snuck into the ritual storehouse. Also that someone was with us and was out to get us.
Does the mayor know how absurdly Takano-san and Tomitake-san died?
Yes. He knew about it.
I told him, and they died by Oyashiro-sama's curse, and that I could be made a sacrifice to calm his anger.
I just said it straight out.
Right. What then?
Uncle Kimiyoshi didn't get angry. He smiled and told me that if I was remorseful about it, then there's no way I'd be demoned away. He was really smiling and told me to leave it to him.
Ugh. I actually got a little sad when saying that. Uncle Kimiyoshi had been so reliable. I was happy when he said that he would protect Shion. I was truly happy. Only he hadn't said anything to insult Satoshi-kun. It just takes just one comment and her temper is out.
It's my fault. Because I confessed everything.
Stop it, Shion. It's not your fault. No, it is my fault.
I told him our secret. Uncle Kimiyoshi found out about everything. So he had to have been killed. It was right after I confessed to him, after all. He disappeared the same night. He told me everything was going to be all right.
It was such a strange feeling. I wasn't upset at all. But I also pretended to be upset and mutter words of prayer for Kimiyoshi's safety. I started to feel that emotion growing inside me. I was only pretending to be distressed to fool Keiichi. Yet the emotion I feigned began to well up inside me. It felt like I was being consumed by that emotion. Is it guilt? Perhaps? So the words coming from my mouth weren't words I intentionally said. They were words of the consuming emotion forced me to say. It was like someone else inside of me was doing the talking instead. And I was just watching that someone talk from a short distance away. I should never have told him. All of this should have only been our fault. Only the four of us. Wasn't something I should have told someone else. He got killed because I told him. He got killed because he knew. He got killed because I confessed to him. Hey, stop. If they were doing that, then they would have obviously killed you before killing the mayor. It doesn't make any sense. You or I should have been killed first. Why would other people die before us? Doesn't make sense. They must be planning to kill us last of all. Huh? What? They started by killing those close, and after we caused us so much pain, then they'll kill us. That must be what they're doing. What I just said scared even me. Oh, she's spiraling some more. Killing our loved ones first to harm us emotionally, and then only to kill us at the height of our suffering. Whoa. I felt something crawling up my spine. That's awesome. That's an awesome idea. I must not be human anymore. I really am a demon. A human could never think of such cruel things. You'd be surprised. Oh, Shion, you would be surprised. That would be one incredible hell. Your close friends dying one at a time after being tortured. After all that, you yourself get killed. What a great way to destroy someone's life. Why was I getting so excited about this? Because I could get going with that plan right away.
Rika-chan! It's Rika-chan!
What? What did you say just now? Oh, wrong voice. Well, the truth is, I told her about it. I told Rika-chan. Today.
Rika-chan? You mean Rika-chama? The one from the Furude Shrine? Yes, Rika-chan. I felt so scared and uneasy that I did it. I told Rika-chan. Why did you... What did she say? The cat is worrying too much. Cat is worrying too much. I'll do something about it for sure. That's what Rika-chan said. I'm sorry, Shion. I'm a bit worried about Rika-chan. Ah, right, if you're that concerned, then don't worry about me. Please go find out whether she's safe. Yeah, I'll do that. I'll call you again tomorrow at the same time. When I do, you'll know I'm still alright. Got it. I'll be waiting. Okay, bye. Sorry. I'm hanging up. Keiji hung up roughly. What a hilarious conversation with Keiichi! Everything was just too damn funny. Keiichi Maebara, go ahead and struggle helplessly. Run all over the village and see if the curse is still alive. Go ahead and see if my enemies are still around. I laughed for a while and then calmed down. I'd already got rid of the bicycles and the shoes belonging to Rika and Satoko. My house was, for the moment, taken care of. I could expect Keiichi to run around in a panic and ask for help from someone, and then ultimately come to Mion. More than likely, the youth group would end up looking for Rika like they did with the mayor. I'd probably have to endure another long night again, knowing nobody would find her. I decided to wait up until the phone rang. I killed time by watching TV until it did. Hey, Chan, are you serious? I'm going to get really mad if this is a joke. I scolded Keiichi for suspecting that Rika had disappeared. Me-chan, if it really is a joke, don't get mad. Smile. It would be a joke after all. We need to make sure whether it's a joke or not. Yeah, you're right. Sorry for getting upset. Rena rebuked me. While she looked quiet, I felt that she could be very terrifying under her skin. I had no basis for that impression, but I still felt that way. I just didn't like her. I had disliked her ever since that rainy day at the bus stop. It wasn't that we didn't get along, though. How should I put it? I was at a loss for how to explain. Ah, that was it. I found a good example. When I was little, I always wanted to play tennis. I had my relatives take me to a tennis court, and they all praised my skill. I was doing nothing more than hitting the ball with a racket. They told me I was talented, and that made me happy. When I went to school, I told my classmates I played tennis, and they told me I was talented too. Then, one of my classmates, who was usually very quiet, said she also played tennis. Not only did she play, but she took lessons. Although I bragged about my serve, I was no match for her. I felt lonely and insulted that everyone was paying attention to her and not me. She was usually very quiet, but suddenly I realized that she knew more and had a lot more experience than me. Rena at the bus stop was just like that. I thought of myself as a demon now. I'd awakened part of me that was half human and half demon, the part that lived in Onagafachi village. In fact, I'd already stepped into the world where a normal human couldn't go. I'd already surpassed my human limits. I genuinely thought of myself as a superior being, having transcended the realm of mortals. But when my eyes met Rana Ryugu's, I felt what I did long ago, with tennis. Why? Why did I feel that way with Rana? I'd heard that in the animal world, during battle, animals glare at each other to display their strength. Only humans have to punch and kick each other to feel superiority or inferiority. Most animals can tell just by glaring at each other. In that case, could it be the same with Rana? Yi-chan, are you okay? Yeah, sorry. I haven't slept since yesterday, you know? Sorry. Keiichi climbed up the ladder and tried to peek into the window on the second floor where Rika and Satoko lived. It was my job to hold down the ladder. Rena cautioned me to hold onto it tightly. Yi-chan, I'm going to go check the main house just to be sure, okay? I'll be right back. Okay. Be careful. Rena ran off after that. When I looked up, I saw Keiichi trying to open up a window, but all of them were locked.
What did Rena mean by main house? Keiichi asked me from the top of the ladder. It's the Furude family's actual house. After her parents passed away, I think it was left like that. Ah, right. Rika-chan's parents. They passed away, huh? Satoka's also an orphan. Her parents fell from a cliff because of a Yashiro-sama's curse. Then her older brother Satoshi-kun, he disappeared. Satoshi, I've heard that name before. Heard the name before? I felt anger growing inside of me. Don't you know whose desk you're using every day? You act like it belongs to you. 'Cause it does. It's his desk now. You drop food on it while eating lunch. You drool on it when taking a nap. Don't you know who it really belongs to? Why I'm acting this way. I'm Mion. Satoshi-kun doesn't even exist anymore. He was demoned away. It's hardly Keiichi's fault that he didn't know. It really isn't his fault. Satoka and Rika-chan have been living in this shack ever since. Neither of them has any family, but at least they are together. They help each other out. Didn't Rena say there was a main house? Wouldn't it be easier to live in there? I think she tried that at first. She said it was hard, though, because it reminded her of her parents. After everyone in Satoka's family died, she started living with Rika. It only made sense. Satoka and Rika were best friends. They didn't care about the Hojo family or the Furude family. They had been best friends since before the dam conflict. The reason why the curse never fell upon Satoko. Rika Furude probably had a lot to do with it. That made more sense than anything else, at least. Satoko was pardoned from the curse of the Hojo family. All thanks to Rika Furude's arrangements. Satoko had never been the victim of the night of the Watanagashi. According to the curse system I had uncovered, the last survivor of the Hojo family, still living in the Hinamizawa, would be the perfect target for this year's curse. Therefore, whoever was responsible for executing the curse must have tried to take her life. However, nothing happened to her, proving that Satoka had escaped from the curse. That was really and truly infuriating. She might have been the head of the Furude family, but I still couldn't accept that such a little girl had enough power to protect her best friend. Mion, no, actually Shion. Shion must have had the same power then. Just like Rika protected Satoko, Shion could have protected Satoshi. But she was gonna protect you first, you dum-dum! Damn it. Rika-chan and Satoko-chan, they have it hard, huh? She's cursed. Huh? Mion, what did you just say? I said she's cursed. Mion, why are you making that face? Satoko Hojo. She's been cursed by Yashiro-sama. I can't accept that Satoko was pardoned from the curse, although she was a member of the cursed Hojo family. She was one of the cursed Hojos. Satoshi-kun wasn't pardoned, but Satoko was. She was cursed, but she got away. She escaped the curse, but Satoshi-kun didn't. I can't accept that. In fact, Satoko should have been the one to be cursed the most. She cornered Satoshi-kun physically and emotionally. That's why things got weirder and weirder. In the end, everything went crazy. When I think back on it, it was Satoko who I hated most of all. She cornered Satoshi-kun. And as a result, Satoshi-kun disappeared. She started it. She caused it. If only she hadn't been here. Just as Rika Furude and Satoko had lived happily, maybe there would have been a happy future for me, too. Maybe Satoshi-kun and I could have started our lives together in Okonomiya. Yes, if I look at both at the beginning and the end, it's so obvious. Satoko's existence caused everything. Satoshi-kun had to kill his aunt because Satoko, the three families, and that needed to create the curse. And then they killed him! Police were convinced he just ran away, but he'd never do that. He was the type of person who always did his best at everything. All by himself. He was doing his very best he could for his only little sister, and yet he was forced to vanish. He worked so hard for Satoko. He thought he was living for her. He was just erased. Poor Satoshi-kun. He was so underappreciated. That girl knew no gratitude. She was cursed. If you got near her, you'd meet the same fate. You'd be cursed to die, or disappear. That really was it. She was the main cause behind it all. She wormed her way into Rika Furude's good graces, and that's why the curse fell upon Satoshi-kun. She should have died first. And Satoshi-kun would still be alive. If he was alive, then I could have done something for him. I can't forgive her. I can't forgive Satoko. I can't forgive that girl. There can be no peace with her. There can be no peace. She was the perfect target for the curse of 1983. Curse of Boyashiro-sama. Rika Furude, the reincarnation of Boyashiro-sama. Rika was dead. The reincarnation of Boyashiro-sama had died. There was no more god in Hinamizawa to deliver the curse. I'm the one to deliver it now. Okay. I am Mian Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, one of the 3 families of Onigafuchi. Now that all the heads of the 3 families are gone, there's nobody to surpass me. I will deliver the curse of Oyashiro-sama and nobody else. I'll deliver it. I am the curse. I have become Oyashiro-sama. I felt hot bubbles boiling over deep inside me. I could tell the demon inside me wanted to roar. I noticed Keiichi looking down at me. Calm down, Mion. You can't tell what you're thinking. Calm down, calm down, calm down. At that point, I heard footsteps coming closer. I saw 4 or 5 adults, accompanied by Rana, running towards us with flashlights in their hands. One of them opened the lock to the cabinet door, and we all went inside. Or cabin door. Of course there was nobody there. Satoko and Rika lived alone. I doubted Satoko would have left a note saying she was going over to the Sonozaki house when Rika was already there. But it wouldn't be fun if she had. Yeah. Because of that, I hurried to the room ahead of Rina to make sure there was nothing left behind. The rumor of Rika and Satoko's disappearance spread around the village quickly. More and more villagers gathered at the Furude shrine. Acting in place of the head of the Sonozaki family, I commanded them to search the village. The villagers nodded and scattered. How long had it been since the last time I was truly Mion? I felt so pleased that my body almost went numb. Lots of villagers went in and out of the shrine. They yelled at each other, and she was nowhere to be found. Some suggested other places to look, and they all left. Some of them made a lot of noise with their comings and goings. Members of the Women's Association brought out huge pots of gas cookers from the storage to get ready to cook for the men. That was when I noticed Keiichi unsteadily walking toward a corpse of dark pine trees. What was he thinking? How stupid of him to be alone at night like this. If a person responsible for executing the curse was nearby, he wouldn't come back safely. Mion-chan, we went all around Ojaga Lake, but didn't find anything. We tried to light up the pond, but we're going to have to wait until the sun is up. Okay, thanks for your hard work. The women are making some miso soup, so please rest up and have some. Mion-chan, do you know where they usually park their bicycles? No. They probably parked them at the bottom of the stairs leading up here. I don't think they'd come up while carrying them. We can't find the bicycles. Where did they go? If they left on their bikes, they would have gone pretty far. Maybe even as far as the town. In that case, we'll have to look outside of Hinamizawa. By the way, who was the first to notice Rika-chama was gone? That was Kei-chan. He suddenly had a hunch. Oh, that Mayabara kid, huh? He's a little suspicious. Speaking of which, why hasn't the Mayabara family shown up when we're in crisis like this? The Mayabara still haven't joined the town council, so they're not in the youth group's phone directory. Really? Well, ain't no helping it then. Huh? They joined, didn't they? I think that's just their names isn't in the directory yet. The last time we updated it at the beginning of the year. They just moved here, so that's why they aren't on it. My bar kid's hunch is still suspicious. They do say first on the scene is the most suspicious. Where did he go? I saw him walking around towards the pine trees. While the ad break is going... I'm gonna get up for a second. Can someone go get him? Conveniently. I'll be right back.
Once again, she tried to take my spot. Conveniently, I saw Keiichi and Rena walking back towards us. Kei-chan, where did you go?
I was worried you disappeared too. Sorry. It looked like nothing bad had happened to Keiichi. If so, that's fine. That means I took care of all of my enemies. Oh, my. Except for... I knew I smelled something good coming from over here. I'd be much obliged if you allowed me to have some. I heard that loud, sticky voice of a middle-aged man. It was Oishi. He must have been confused about this year's incident. The scale of the curse this time was nothing like the previous ones. Oishi's information network was about as equal to better than that of the elders on the town council. Blech. In other words, he could easily uncover a rumor that was circulating throughout the underside of the village. He must have come here to see if the disappearance of Kimiyoshi and Rika had something to do with changing the lock on the ritual storehouse door. The police would come for me sooner or later. I am Mian Sonozaki. I am removing all the heads of the 3 families. My enemies. I have become the head in their place. I can't allow Mian Sonozaki to continue to exist. I'll have to destroy the existence of the head of the Sonozaki family. When I destroy my own position, that is when my revenge will truly come to an end. More than likely, I'll have Oishi witness my final moments. My eyes and Oishi's met. Damn it, he thinks I'm suspicious already. You're right, Oishi. I did it. Mian Sonozaki, the head of the Sonozaki family, is the culprit. He. Okay, we should be at the end of the chapter, but like I said, I want to get through Shion's revenge on Satoko, because that's rough. Okay, 2 tips. The path to hell. Continue down the road of darkness. 95, 96, okay. Rika Furude. She's the head of the Furude family, but she never even appears at the most important meetings. Even if she did show up, nobody would ask her opinion, so it never really matters if she was there or not. The legend of the Furude family says that their firstborn child is a girl for 8 generations in a row, the 8th girl will be the reincarnation of Oyashiro-sama. According to Takano-san's research, Rika Furude is very likely to be the one. Surely she must be an important icon to the cult of Oyashiro-sama. The true believers are devoted to her. So it's quite surprising to me that Rika Furude herself was the assassin. It's unbelievable. It's just too abnormal. Usually a VIP like her wouldn't be the one to assassinate someone. It's possible that it was Rika Furude look-alike. From the way she moved, she seemed experienced in fighting. It's not normal for that small of a girl like her to jump on me without faltering. What the... Oh my goodness! Who? What? Oh my goodness! What? Oh, everything is working! What? Who? Cyrus, I see that now. Thank you. Let me just, thank you so much. That was super kind of you. Let me just, shout you out real quick. Oh, wrong thing. Wrong spelling. My brain is so tired. But seriously, thank you so much. Here, we'll pop that down. Not as in down, not up. Oh, I'm so good at streaming. But yeah, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. That was so nice of you. Please enjoy all the wonderful emotes Marshy made.
But that is so cool. I'm so glad all my alerts worked. Thank you, Cyrus, for helping me show them off. There's actually one more that hasn't been shown off yet, but I think that'll be common enough. Let's see here. There we go. Alright, moving on. I just got lucky because I had a stun gun. Without it, I don't know what would have happened. She was far more skilled. Then she looked. Was she trained as an assassin? Or was it a body double? Everything is a mystery, including that creepy syringe. What's going on? I can't understand. She was like an apparition or something. Did Oryu Sonozaki know of her existence? What is hiding on the underside of this village? The underside might run much deeper than I thought. At this point, I believe I can complete my revenge by destroying the curse system entirely. That means I have to eliminate the heads of all of the three families. The successor, Shion, and the assassins who are after Keiichi. Although Keiichi is completely unguarded, he hasn't been attacked so far. The power of being a protagonist. Even though I told everybody that he was one of the trespassers. In fact, it's me who's being attacked. Rika Furude attacked me. According to my theory, Keiichi should make for a very attractive bait. But nobody's done anything to harm him. Since Rika Furude attacked me, it might be that opposing the Furude family is a greater taboo than trespassing into the ritual storehouse. Rika Furude had said the intrusion wasn't a big deal. She sounded like she was going to let Keiichi walk. And after I accused her of that, Rika Furude attacked me that very night. Are there two different factions? Does one handle trespassers of the ritual storehouse, while the other protects the religious doctrine of the Furude family? No, that doesn't make any sense. Tomitake-san's death must have been caused by the Furude family's injection. Rika showed me the effect of it herself, clawing out her own throat and dying like that. You know, as you do. But Tomitake-san shouldn't have been subject to the curse, at least according to the system of the Furude family. Thank you so much for the level 2 hype train, even though it's not quite over yet, but I'm calling it as a level 2. Thank you so much. I almost never get hype trains, so that was really cool. I'm glad that little alert could play. I don't understand why Keiichi hasn't been attacked. Did he have something exempting him from the curse, unlike Takano-san? Thank you so much. Just like how only Satoko Hojo was spared, Keiichi's a friend of Rika Furude's. So, does that mean that if you're close to her, you wouldn't be cursed? Was she more important than the whole system? That's impossible. The hag was at the top of the curse system. Rika couldn't have been higher up than her. Scribble, scribble. And there are multiple ways to determine the subject of the curse. Thank you so much. I appreciate you a whole lot. You're wonderful, Cyrus. Even if you are lurking and may or may not be able to hear me. I appreciate you. Are there many cursed execution groups as there are subjects, and do they all work separately? It's a mess. None of my theories add up. If I mess up my reasoning, I might make the wrong person the target of my revenge. I don't understand who the enemy is, or how Satoshi-kun was made to disappear. How much did the hag know? That really was a huge loss. I have so many things I wanted to ask her. I killed her by accident. Shit. In that respect, I've already failed in my revenge. The underside of Hinamizawa really does run too deep. Scribble, scribble. The whole page is blacked out with scribbles. Yep, she is Mick-frickin' losing it. Alright. Let's maybe get through the next half. Because, yeah, there should be 2 chapters and then the extra bit. So, yeah, let's try to do half of one more. Because I've almost been going for 5 hours. Whoops. But I want to get through this scene because it is very oof. Hey, everyone. Are you still alive? Miyoshi was hanging from the collar with his head turned up to the ceiling. He didn't even move when I walked in. Maybe he's already dead. Satoko was lying on a cross-shaped restraining table. She glared at me with red and swollen eyes, which must have been that way from crying. I wanted to put her on that special restraining table and pound nails into her hands, but Satoko was too small for that. I walked to Kimiyoshi and poked his body with my toe. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, are you dead? Murderer, murderer! Maybe Satoko had witnessed Kimiyoshi's last moments. I took a thick knife from the wall and stabbed Kimiyoshi with it. There was no response. Uncle Kimiyoshi, if you're alive, you better tell me, okay? You can't fool me. Hi, Hazel. You can't interrupt me right now. I walked over to the pulley that was suspending Kimiyoshi. This is your last chance. Are you alive? Let me know if you are. Hi, sweetie, come here. I paused for just a moment and then turned the pulley. Hi. Kimiyoshi's body swayed strangely in the air. It looked much more like a corpse like that. Shion-san, why are you doing this? I get it. Door to the huge cave was still open. I bet Satoko had talked to the one in the cell while I was gone. That's how she knows my name. Although that's actually not my name at all. I'm not Shion. I'm the real Mion. The one you all thought was Mion is Shion. Hi, sweetie. It's kind of confusing, huh? If you don't get it, that's okay. Let me make sure this is actually right. Just in case you knock it over, because you are a kitty cat. Hello, kitty cat. Hee hee hee. How dare you? How dare you kill Rika? I had allowed Satoko to watch me take care of Rika's body. Of course, I let her see Rika's neck, too. Rika Furuta deserved it. She came over to kill me. I just fought back, that's all. That's not possible. Rika would never do a thing like that. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's none of your business anyway. What are you going to do with me? I'm going to kill you. Satoko's eyes went wide. She was expecting my answer, I'm sure, but she still looked shocked. I bet she didn't expect me to state it so openly. Hi, sweetie. Here, how do you want to do this? I heard the noise of something hitting the iron bars, echoing in the huge cave. Shion's voice echoed there as well. Sis, no! Don't kill Satoko! I answered her clearly. Did you finally realize what you've done? Did you finally realize you didn't do anything to save Satoshi-kun, although you had the power to? That's why he was killed. You ignored millions of chances to rescue Satoshi-kun. Yes, this is your sin. Yeah! Before he'd been finishing my sentence, I stabbed Satoko's right arm. Her blood started to flow out. This was nothing compared to what happened to Rika Furuta. I twisted the knife into Satoko's arm. She bit down hard, crying.
Stop! Don't kill Satoko! Let her go! I don't care what you do to me, so please, let Satoko go!
Why couldn't you say that for Satoshi-kun? It's too late now. I was the one screaming like you back then. But no matter how loudly I screamed, I never reached them. It never reached them, spared him, or saved him. I want you to go through the same thing I did.
Oh, yeah!
Ugh. I stabbed Satoko's arm repeatedly. But the knife kept hitting her bone, and it didn't feel like it was cutting any of her flesh.
Stop, Mion! Stop, sis! Stop!
Okay, Shion. How about this? I'll tell you how you can save Satoko. Apologize to me 1,000 times. I'll let her go when you're done. How about that? I don't tell lies. If you really apologize 1,000 times, I'll keep my promise. Well, how about that? I'm sorry. Shion started apologizing like a broken record. She's so stupid and honest. She's not even thinking of cheating. I bet Shion really will count to 1,000. Stabbed Satoko in the wrist. Then I felt something hard. I guess I either crushed her bone or I scraped it. It must have been extremely painful for her. Satoko screamed. Shion's voice got louder, as if trying to overpower that scream. All you ever do is cry to get what you want. You think your Nini is going to appear out of nowhere and knock me aside and rescue you, huh? Yeah, right. The knife was still in Satoko's wrist. I slid towards her elbow. Yeah. Toko, can you hear me? Hey, listen to me. I slapped her face several times and made her look at me. Do you know what you've done? Do you know how your very existence is what cornered Satoshi-kun? Nini. That's right, that's all you did to him. Every time you cried, Satoshi-kun protected you. But have you ever since considered what kind of a burden you were to him? He wasn't some superhero. He was just like you. Yeah. He was just a normal human being. Have you ever even thought of what it was like to go through because of you? No, you didn't. You never even tried. You even let Satoshi-kun take care of you. You just leeched off of him, and he got injured for your sake. You lived by sucking his blood. You are cursed. How can you still call for him? Huh? Ha. After telling her all I'd been wanting to, I exhaled roughly. With my help, you are now going to pay for your sin. Cry as much as you want, scream as much as you want, and realize Satoshi-kun will never come for you. You cornered him. You made him disappear. You killed him. Oh. What's this? You don't feel anything in your right arm anymore? Okay, let's use your left. Yeah. I stabbed her left arm repeatedly and let her blood flow out. But Satoko's reactions weren't fun anymore. She didn't cry or scream like she did before. That put me in a bad mood, so I stabbed the back of her left hand and twisted the knife again. But Satoko still just moaned. She didn't scream anymore. What's the matter? Are you stifling your screams to protest? Thinking that I enjoyed your cries? Heh. That's great. Ha. Satoko was unfazed by my laughter. She looked at me with gritted teeth in resignation. Yes, I think that's the truth. Huh? I cornered Nini. That's why he disappeared. I've known that ever since the day he vanished. I wasn't strong enough. I depended on Nini. I'm sure it was hard for him too, but I couldn't stop. You are absolutely right about that. I have no excuse. Satoko didn't sound as if she was mocking me or trying to please me. She spoke so naturally. That's interesting. I never realized you were aware of what you've done. Nini is coming back. He will come back someday. And when he does, I'm going to show him how independent I've become. I don't need him anymore. I won't hide behind him anymore. I'm going to show him that I really can live on my own. When he goes back, huh? I stabbed Satoka's arm in a mad frenzy. She still didn't even scream. She bit down tightly and swallowed her pain instead. Nini is coming back. I know he is. I'm waiting for him. And when he comes back, I will apologize for depending on him so much. So I won't give up until that day comes. I'll never depend on him again, ever. No matter what kind of hardship I have to endure, I won't ask him to help me. I won't call for help. I won't cry. I won't scream. If I cry, Nini will come for me. So I'm going to endure this by myself. Damn you, what do you think you're saying? If it's fun for you, go ahead. Excuse me. If it's fun for you, go ahead. Stab me as much as you please. But if you think I'm going to cry for Nini, well, too bad. I will not cry. Ever. Even if you refuse to believe me, then then try it. Nini is watching me. He's watching me endure this. You'll see that I'm not like how I was before. And when he sees that, when he sees that, he's going to come back. Come on, try it. I will not cry. Try and see how strong Satoko Hojo is. Shit. I'll show her. Take that and that and that. Nini, you're watching me, right? I'll become so strong. This won't bring me down. This is nothing. This won't make me cry. I won't cry for your help. I can endure this. I'm going to endure this. This is nothing compared to what you had to go through for me. Shit. Why doesn't she feel pain? Doesn't it hurt? There's no way it doesn't. I've stabbed her so much and the knife went in so deep. Her blood is poured into the ground. I've been turning her flesh inside out. How can she still talk that way? Why doesn't she cry and scream? After Satoko said what she wanted, she shut her mouth. She didn't say a word after that. No matter how much I stabbed her, twisted the knife and tore at her, and ripped at her flesh, she didn't even make a sound. What in the world is this? This isn't the Satoko I know. Satoko was never as strong as this. It's called growth. If Satoko was this strong, she wouldn't have been a burden to Satoshi-kun. And again, if she's under 10, that is asking a lot of a small child. Why wasn't she as strong before? It's too late. Everything is too late. This idiot's maturity came far too late. Blood made my hands slippery and I dropped the knife. I was covered in blood from head to toe. Satoko was still enduring the pain. She was enduring this cruelty so she could display her strength. I couldn't defeat Satoko. I couldn't crush her strength. Satoko had achieved her goal. She had become independent, so she didn't need Satoshi-kun anymore. She still believes Satoshi-kun will come back one day. She looks forward to the day where she can show her brother how strong she's become. But Satoshi-kun hadn't seen any of that. Instead, I, who had never even thought that Satoshi-kun would come back, was the one who was witnessing her strength. What was I thinking? I thought Satoshi-kun was dead. No, I assumed he was. Why did I? I never even thought of waiting for him. I didn't believe he would come back. I didn't wait. I tried to avenge him. But I guess what I really did was forget about him. I know, wasn't that cool? That Cyrus did the gifted subs? Satoko is different. She never even thought he was dead. No, maybe she did a little. Even so, she waited. She waited for the day where she could show him how much she'd grown. She waited patiently. Yeah, please enjoy the emotes. I love them. What about me? I didn't do anything. I wanted to forget about my sadness, so I tried to find my enemy. Like a child. I became a demon using revenge as an excuse so that I didn't have to think like a human. Yeah, no, the child has outclassed you in maturity. Congratulations. I lost. I couldn't endure the pain of waiting for Satoshi-kun, so I chose to become a demon. In other words, I got rid of my soul. The soul that left Satoshi-kun. In other words, I got rid of Satoshi-kun himself. Satoko won. While she had been gritting her teeth before her mouth had gone slack. Her eyelids were half shut, but I could see her eyes a little. It looked like she was dreaming about something happy. Satoshi-kun was there in her eyes. Satoko endured until Satoshi-kun came back for her. Satoko ran up to Satoshi-kun. She dumped into him. Satoshi-kun hugged her. And he spun her around. You can cry now. Excuse me while I take a drink. Satoshi-kun told Satoko that, and she cried very hard. Satoshi-kun rubbed her head so gently. Well, we'll be together forever, he said, and continued to rub her head. So gently, so gently. Satoshi-kun, I was waiting for you too. What meaningless words. He was already dead inside of me. I never believed in our reunion. How pitiful of me to say that. Just because I saw Satoko and Satoshi-kun together again. As Satoshi-kun hugged Satoko, his eyes met mine. Shion, Satoshi-kun said, I asked you a favor. What favor? I tried to remember. What kind of favor did Satoshi-kun ask me? Screams. Satoshi-kun looked at me so sadly because I couldn't remember. That sad look tore my heart to shreds. Blood flowing out from me wasn't as pretty as Satoko's blood. My body was a slimy liquid, like vomit, with filthy chunks of food in it. That was what filled my body. Whether it's a real curse or somebody's conspiracy, I won't disappear and I won't fall victim to it. You won't disappear. No, not until I buy the teddy bear. I'll get the money pretty soon. I won't go anywhere until then. Huh? A memory from the past, but when? Of this memory of the day before last year's Watanagashi. Satoshi-kun called me on the phone then. My aunt is home, I have to go. Okay. Mion? Huh? His aunt was home, so I'm sure he wanted to hang up as quickly as possible. Satoshi-kun paused and spoke. Of course it's during the ad break! Alright. We'll pick up from there afterwards. You see why I wanted to get through this scene? It's rough, man. Especially as somebody who likes Satoko. But that's actually part of the reason why I like her, is because she, she acknowledges her own faults and tries to get better. Whether or not it actually works out, depending on the continuity. But yeah, this background piece is the basis for Dear You Confessions, which is one of Shion's numbers. So it's fun to hear it in actual context. Alright, 10 seconds. Alright, looks like we're back. Satoshi-kun paused and spoke. I'll leave Satoko to you. Yeah, remember that? My knees and elbows started to shake. My teeth chattered and my fingers were shivering. Satoshi-kun asked me to... what have I done? I couldn't wait for Satoshi-kun to come back. So I filled myself with evil thoughts and acted as I pleased, like a child. I didn't believe he'd ever return. I even forgot about Satoshi-kun's last request. How can I say I love him? I just wanted to forget about my feelings of loss, so I made myself all bloody. How can I welcome him back now? I didn't believe Satoshi-kun would come back. I didn't believe Satoshi-kun was alive. I didn't think he was alive, so I thought he was dead. I believed in his death. I killed him myself. Nobody else did. I did that. Satoko believed until the very end. She was rewarded in her final moments. Satoko wasn't here anymore. She had no more need for her bloody, painful shell. But I'm still here, trapped in my bloody, tainted flesh. I'm going to rot inside of it. Satoshi-kun was waiting for both Satoko and me. Probably more Satoko at this point. But But to be reunited with Satoshi-kun, we had to keep our promises. Satoko's promise was to be strong. Satoko kept her promise until the bitter end, and Satoshi-kun embraced her. My promise was to take care of Satoko for Satoshi-kun. I never kept that promise from the beginning. Therefore, Satoshi-kun will never embrace me. Even if I were to rub Satoko's wounds and ask her if they hurt, that wouldn't mean anything, 'cause she's likely dead. That was when I felt something behind me. It wasn't Satoshi-kun, or the truth, or the thing that scared me before. I didn't know who it was. But it was right there, criticizing me for my mistakes. Then, I finally realized it. That thing is me. I had always been there, standing behind myself, and watching me break that promise. Satoshi-kun asked me to take care of Satoko, yet I didn't keep that promise. I'd been watching that happen. I cried, and gave up on myself. Wait, Satoshi-kun gave up on me, and I gave up on myself. What will happen to me now? I don't want to be in this darkness. I don't want to be all bloody. Please don't leave me. If I give up on myself, what will happen to my body? There will be nothing left. The only thing I'll have left in me is an evil demon. I get it. I've known it for a long time now. I am nothing but a demon. A demon doesn't feel sad. A demon's heart can never be in pain. A demon doesn't cry. Shion was still apologizing. She believed that it was the only way to save her Satoko. Her voice was growing hoarse and weak. Shion, you don't have to count anymore. Good job. I guess she realized what had happened to Satoko. Shion cried in her cell. Being a demon isn't bad, huh? I never knew how fun it would be to see other people cry and scream. I've already had plenty of fun in this human world. Maybe soon I'll kill myself and go back to hell. But don't worry, I'll make sure I kill you first. That's why I'm here, after all. Demons are so pleased when they see people cry and grieve, see? Wait, you like Kei-chan, don't you? Okay, I'll rip Kei-chan apart before your eyes. What a great idea. I'll kill you and then myself after that. Onigamachi Village is a village of demons. Demons come out of the swamp and attack the village. I'm going to act like those legendary demons and wait for Yashiro-sama to judge me. That will be a suitable disaster here in Yamazawa, don't you think? Oop. Kei-chan? It's me. It's Shion. You took a long time to pick up. I thought you weren't home and I was about to hang up. Sorry. I was just in the bath. Wouldn't your family pick up for you? Could your parents be out right now, Kei-chan? Well, no, they're not really. Anyway, have you heard? About Rika-chan and Satoko? No. What happened after that? Were they found? Nah, they haven't found them yet. Kei-chan, please don't lose hope. Rika-chan and Satoko. They were kidnapped, weren't they? Yes. I don't think there's much doubt. Rika-chan and Satoko were. I'm sorry. About the mayor, what do you think happened after he was kidnapped? You think he's still alive? He sounded confused. He wanted to believe Satoko and Rika were still alive, which was why he was asking. Keiichi was just like Satoko. Unless the culprit was after money, the abducted would usually get killed right away. I never assumed they'd still be alive. But Keiichi was trying to hold on to that little hope. I could feel his strength. It was much greater than mine. I'm a demon, so I didn't come up with an excuse. I think he was killed. Hey, wait. That was abrupt. I think it must be really hard to kidnap someone and keep them like they are. As long as they're not hostages, it would be the most practical to kill them once you're done with them. Kill them so readily? I mean, what's a human life or two anyway? It's horrible. It's a horrible thing, but that's probably what happened. The mayor was killed. Then did that mean the same had happened to Rika-chan and Satoko? No, that couldn't be. They weren't some random old man. It was Rika-chan. It was Satoko. They couldn't kill them so easily. Ichi was still refusing to believe what I said. He fought so hard because he didn't want to kill his friends with it. He didn't want to kill his friends within him. I wasn't like that. I killed Satoshi-kun within me so easily. I blame Shion for not protecting Satoshi-kun. But I killed him so easily. Probably better to think that Rika-chan and Satoko-chan ended up the same way. Whoa! Keiichi roared and cried. It was like their deaths were physically agonizing to him. Gee, I wonder! Why kidnap someone and kill them? Screw curses, are people's lives really that cheap? Erasing them and killing them without a second thought like this? You're right. You're absolutely right. It would take a demon. I laughed at myself. I was sure Keiichi didn't notice. Hey, Shion, please tell me, why did Hinamizawa start needing someone to die on the night of the Watnagashi? That's what I'd like to know. Fighting over the dam project is already over and done with. Haven't enough people been cursed already? Why is it? Why? There's a reason for that, then say it now. I understand how you feel, Kei-chan, I really do. The dam conflict ended a long time ago. Yet the murders and disappearances keep happening every year under the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse. Why? Why is it happening? Some of them had nothing to do with it, and some of them didn't even deserve to be cursed, so why? Why? That's what I'm asking you! I want to know as much as anyone. Of course, the curse of Oyashiro-sama never existed. It was just a bizarre environment that allowed people to kill in the name of Oyashiro-sama. That environment was nothing more. Nothing would happen, and unless there were demons who danced within it. Listen, Oyashiro-sama's curse never existed. It's too unrealistic. Just like you said, someone in the village is using the guise of Oyashiro-sama's curse as a justification for continuing these murders and disappearance every Watnagashi. They were cunning. They've been using the curse as a convenient tool and made the system where they could get rid of 2 enemies of the village every year. And this year the system killed Takano-san and Tomotage-san. And why wasn't that enough? Why did the mayor and Rika-chan and Satoko get killed too? I don't give a shit about the past. The only thing I care about is Rika-chan and Satoko, is why Rika-chan and Satoko needed to be killed. Why is that? I didn't say a word to Satoko, you know. Why even her? Why? Satoshi-kun was speaking through Keiichi's mouth. How could I respond? I didn't know what to say. I could only feel myself being stabbed by the sharpness of those words. Kei-chan, please stop being mean. I don't have any idea what's going on either. Everyone's changed. When we went to the ritual store, everything's changed. Everything changed that night. When I heard that Takano-san and Tomotage-san had been killed that night, I doubted my ears. Then I realized instantly. I realized what sort of position I was in now. Barbara snuck in there. Kei-chan, you and I won't be so conveniently forgiven. When I thought about it, it made my chest so tight. It was so terrifying. You know that feeling, don't you, Kei-chan? That's why I confessed everything to Uncle Kimiyoshi. He wasn't mad. He smiled and told me if I was really sorry, I'd never be demoned away. He really did smile at me and told me to leave it to him. I remembered Uncle Kimiyoshi speaking ill of Satoshi-kun. I killed him, But everyone in Hinamazawa did that. I wasn't the only one at fault. When did you let the mayor know? Huh? I'm sorry, Shion. Must seem like I'm kicking you while you're down, but... Shion, you told him, right? You told Old Man Kimiyoshi, the mayor? Yes. When did you let him know? Keiichi's tone became sharper. That edge was cruel, but with a sharp conviction. It wasn't a dull edge that caused excessive pain. It had a clean, pleasant sharpness to it. 'Cause as much as he's a dumbass, he has a brain and he uses it. Did you know the mayor had a severe case of hemorrhoids and gone to the hospital for treatment? Kei-chan? What does that have to... Please answer me. If you don't know, then just say so. I knew that. He had hemorrhoids. Looked like sitting down was really hard for him. He was going to the hospital. You know which hospital, right? I'm sorry. I don't know that much, but... Kei-chan, what does this have to do with... I want to ask you straight. Shion, when did you tell the mayor about everything? And where? Give me a rough answer, but please, get me one. Kei-chan, why are you asking that? Very good, Maebara Keiichi. You know who I am, don't you? It was impossible. The day the mayor disappeared. From dawn until he vanished. There was no opportunity for you to contact him. That's... Mayor left first thing in the morning for his examination at the university hospital all by himself without telling anyone. Shion, you're just saying you don't know what hospital he went to. So you couldn't have contacted the mayor until after he got back. Isn't that right? His train back was delayed by an accident, and he didn't return to his house until the meeting was about to start. There was no time for you to have told him before the meeting started either. Shion, did you go to the meeting too? Did you attend and tell him there? If you didn't, there wouldn't have been any time left. After the meeting was over, the mayor disappeared on his way home. Actually, with the meeting, You didn't even go to the part-time job you said you went to that day. I'll cut to the chase. You haven't been seen since we were at the library together. Kei-chan. Well, Shion Sonozaki disappeared the day after Watnagashi. Bingo, Kei-chan! I'm impressed. Oishi-san said you've been missing. Despite that, you've been calling me every night like this, haven't you? Please, Shion. If I said something was wrong, please say so. I'm begging you. Corner me even further. Corner me so that the demon inside me can't come up with an excuse so that it can't escape. Hick. Shion, there's no way you could have seen the mayor, but if you did see him, the only time I could possibly have seen him on that day was... Then you saw him after the meeting. In other words, it could have only been right before he disappeared. Or else afterward. Hick. Yep, we're still going. Click. I screeched with laughter and then slammed down the phone. Very good, Kei-chan. That's right, it's me. I'm the one. Hurry and corner me. Hurry and let me be free. Was he going to tell the police, or was he going to come here by himself? I wondered which it would be. If the police came, I'd struggle as much as I was able. I'd see how good Oishi would be at catching a demon. Kei-chan came here alone. That wouldn't be smart of him. He couldn't complain about being eaten by a demon then. I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him gruesomely while Shion watches. Therefore, Kei-chan, you shouldn't hold back. I only ever thought of you as a funny guy. I never thought I could expect so much from you. Okay, we did it. This is, I think, the halfway point, unless... Is that the end of the chapter, or is that the halfway point? halfway point. Anyway, we're stopping here. I am so tired. But we will, yeah, so this is going to be the end of Arc 2. So we'll finish this up at a later point. Probably next week if I have the time. But yeah, because yeah, we're at the end, in the middle of chapter 13. There can't be much left. But yeah, I've been going for over 5 hours. I'm tired. Thank you for hanging around during the intensity that was this. And I knew this was going to be rough, which was why I saved it for a chunk of time. Because, yeah. So here, we'll close it. We'll exit. But yeah, it's like, I still really like this arc because it's so interesting. But yeah, it's rough, especially when you have to read all the violence she's doing. But yeah, thank you all for coming. That was really fun. Alright, let's see who I can raid today. It is fun to read these and, like, basically have my running commentary, since I'm familiar with the franchise with other people. Because normally I'd just be like, oh, I noticed a thing! And then nobody would listen. Because it'd just be me. But yeah, you all are lovely. Thank you so much for coming. Oh yay, I got back up to 190. That's wonderful. I lost a follower the other day and was a little upset about that. But you know, I am so close to 200. I'd like to be comfortably 200 and something, but you know, whatever time. Alright, let's see. Who's going and who haven't I rated in a while? You know, let's raid JQ. I haven't rated JQ in a while. But we'll do. And then, if you're not subbed, ta-da! Okay. Whoops, wrong button. I'll fix that later. Hopefully he's not ending immediately. I know he's been going for a while, but hopefully he's not ending immediately. Alright. Have fun, everybody!